ownership issues on that, but we need to recognize that we build on the success of our predecessors. And we need to honor their work as well. And so the four categories that we're going to be looking at today, the first one is housing. And I know that this has been an almost perennial issue in the town of Lyons since the flood. And even if the flood had never happened, I can guarantee you we would still be having this conversation today, right? Because of what has happened growth-wise in the region and in the state. So it's a compounding factor, your experience that happened back in 2013. But nonetheless, it's an issue that we need to deal with. So what we really need to do, and what's in your packet for the housing issue, are the subcategories of housing. And so what we'd like to get to today is general agreement over the top three.
Whatever it comes out to when they will do free.
That we look at in terms of housing. So I want to open this for discussion, and you'll notice that there's also an other category. So if something isn't on the list and you want to propose that, let's talk about it and let's have that conversation. So I do know that you have agreed to proposition 123, so which for a town of Lyons size is laudable because you're excluded from it if you don't want to, you have to opt in. So that's laudable that you're doing that. But let's look at some of the things that will enable the town to accomplish the objectives and the goals that you want to see happen in the next 15 months. So I want you to look at this list and I want you individually to pick your top three. And if there's an other that's among your priorities, include it, and then we'll have the conversation about it.
I have a question, Phil.
Yeah.
So under other, I have an idea that could apply to multiple categories. Okay. Should I write it down for each category?
Yep.
Okay.
Can we combine a couple, just like what you were saying? I feel like there are some that we go well together.
You can propose that to the group.
I got it down to 3 if I can combine.
Anybody need more time? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to start with you.
Number one, revise the municipal code, meet Proposition 123 rules. Number three, complete housing authority feasibility study, but then also putting adopt a policy that incentivizes under minimum.
Okay. Trustee Lowell?
Take a different tact on this. I put under other, I put none of the above. I don't think we have the bandwidth for these goals.
Okay. Just the one?
Yep.
Okay, none of the other priorities?
No.
Okay. Trustee Hammond?
I did the opposite of what trustee did. Well, and I picked other, and just other. And under other, I put, we really need to have, when I leave this board, I would like to have a housing strategy that would stand the test of time going forward with other boards. And it really encompasses a lot of things, these tactical items on this list, but really having a sound strategy going forward. So we're not re-debating and re-litigating this every time, so.
Okay. Trustee Daddy?
Well, I had a really hard time turning it down to three, but I somehow have been able to combine a couple. So I think that if we can hire and retain a town planner, which is under other, then I think that we can revise the municipal code to include mixed use zoning and expedited review of affordable attaining housing. I also think that if we want to meet I think that if we develop town-owned property into affordable or attainable housing, then we can meet our Proposition 1, 2, 3 goals. And I think all of this is possible with, if we hire a housing coordinator.
Okay. So under other, you've added hire a planner.
Hire and retain, not just hire, retain. Like,
We've had a little challenge here.
Okay, okay,
yeah, again, that fits into the long-term strategy.
okay,
I think having that person in the same function, whether it's a housing coordinator or a town planner, both of them ideally, for like a 5-year plan, then we can maybe look into a long-term housing strategy.
okay.
I just think I don't know how we can do a lot of this without a town planner who is actually committed.
Trustee Delman?
I put one is identify potential land for future development. Number two, submit projects for Boulder County Prop 1 funding. 3, adopt a policy that incentivizes and or subsidizes housing affordability.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Browning?
One, revised municipal code. Particularly as to ADUs would be my suggestion. Along like Trustee Dillman to identify potential land for future development, but I struck the and develop land banking fund, which I think is not a good idea for Lions and impossible for Lions. And number 3, I put under other, I put respect citizens' views on housing, and would add that most of the other alternatives here, I'm not only going to prioritize, I'm opposed to them.
Okay, and Mayor?
So revise the municipal code, meet our Prop 1, 2, 3 goals, develop town-owned property into, and I would say attainable housing. And then another, create some sort of program to use county tax funding to offset the cost of sprinkler systems for ADUs, which is something that we've talked about a lot because there's this tension between, and this goes into wildfire mitigation as well. There's this tension that goes between making the town as safe as possible from wildfires and creating housing that people can afford. And I think the county, whether it's the Affordable Housing Fund or the Wildfire Fund, I think we could have an argument to apply for grant funding to reimburse people perhaps retroactively for their sprinkler systems and ADUs, which would cause more ADUs, I think, to be built.
Okay. So we've had some very concrete steps to take. And then there are some much broader, more general proposals like developing a housing strategy. Yeah. So, in respect citizen input on housing. How would you do that? respect citizen,
Repeat that question.
how would you do that?
Do what?
You proposed respect citizen input on housing.
We did a survey, and we had a lot of citizen input from various meetings too. And I think they told us what their priorities are and desires are. And what they told us is look at infill and maybe within the existing town limits, which is why the ADUs are important. And they told us look toward the eastern corridor. And there's been a great resistance to development elsewhere, and I think that message needs to be heeded because I think that's what the majority of our citizens want.
Okay. So are ADUs, the concept of ADUs generally accepted in the community as beneficial?
Yes.
Okay, so that's an important aspect to consider.
And you do know that Lyons had a very pro ADU incentives policy that we put in place out of necessity not long after the flood. It's been very successful. We're way ahead of the state in that regard.
Okay,
We implemented in 2016.
okay, okay. Well, that's excellent. So that's a little bit of low hanging fruit, right?
Yeah.
So one of the things that is beneficial too is to take the short-term view. What do we need to accomplish in 15 months? But also to take a little bit of a longer-term view, which might be the housing strategy, right? But it's certainly possible to develop a housing strategy in a 15-month time frame as well, right? And I will tell you that help is available to you because Dr. Cog is right now developing a regional housing strategy. And so as part of that, we're developing the data and the numbers and the kinds of information that all of our communities will need and can use if they want to develop their own housing strategy. And that's something that we would certainly encourage that you take a look at. So that's fairly important.
What's your timeline to get that done?
It's within about 15 months.
Well, and I will just add, if I can, that we did make some progress as a board a couple meetings ago when we discussed renewing a focus on missing middle housing. And so we can get the notes from that meeting. So this is something that we have been and continue to discuss.
The missing middle.
Yeah.
As in addition to the ADUs, right?
Yeah, which could be ADUs, right?
Right.
You know, but when we're, you know, I think we should applaud ourselves for doing as much as we have on capital A affordable housing, particularly with the recent acquisition of the mobile home park by Boulder County.
Okay. So it seems like the largest agreement comes from number one, to revise the municipal code. Sounds like the foundation is already there with citizen engagement and openness to ADUs. So it really does sound like that should be a priority for the next 15 months. Do you agree? Okay. What's next on the list?
They're all even spread out, though we have two that kind of oppose most.
Let's have a little discussion about this housing strategy. Trustee Hammond, do you want to talk a little bit more in your mind what that would entail?
Sure. And just looking at all these items on here, I thought, these are all nice tactical steps we can take. But I really think we need to have the broader discussion first. And we have, but I think we need to formulate it into a strategy. So we've had these discussions since I've been on this board. But putting it into some kind of strategic document and like Trustee Browning said, that takes the input of the people, because it's a very contentious topic. And we did do the survey several months ago and it was very clear. So I think putting the strategy out there, how much affordable housing should we be targeting? I mean, we even had debates about what's our goal? right?
Mhm.
You know, and it's not just affordable, but attainable and as we, because there's very few opportunities to develop here in town, so it would be just nice having that flushed out, so we're all in agreement. And then not just for this board, because I think if we did a good job, it would stand the test of time. Future boards could tweak it. But at least it'd be a basis that, you know, at some point, everybody agreed this was the right approach, including heavily the town input, which, anyway, so that was my thought as I read through each one of these. I struggled going, yeah, that's important, that's important, that's important. And I just thought, until we really have the macro view of this and what we feel is important, and we're never gonna get full agreement, and it's gonna be contentious. And I do think we have to weigh what the town citizens want, which is more the drawbridge approach, but also apply some leadership from this board to say, what's the right thing going forward, and mesh those two together. So, and I don't know, we've had that strategic discussion yet, and I suspect as we enter into IGA discussions, we're gonna start to have that, start to address that.
I'm not gatekeeper here, so it's open for discussion.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody that we spent 2 years, like this community spent 2 years working on a comprehensive plan that we adopted, January of 2023. So it's not that old, and that comprehensive plan was supposed to be our roadmap. It was supposed to be a long-term strategy for the next 10 to 15 years. And I'm like, why did we go through so much effort and work if we're not willing to look at those housing goals? I mean, I was on the prior board of trustees, and we're the ones who adopted that comprehensive plan. We talked a lot about it, and that was our roadmap going forward. That was the long-term strategy, and we had a ton of community input. And then all of a sudden, the board changes, and there's this housing survey, and there's a different answer, and there are different priorities, and so I guess I'm really at odds and confused as to why we aren't respecting the work we did in the beginning. Why aren't we respecting that long-term strategy?
I'll just say, because there are greatly differing views on the board and within the community about the value of a comp plan, the lack of specificity in the comp plan about the particular things that we're about, for example, to get into on the IGA thing. Those of us who've been around here a while who don't think general strategies and goals and objectives in the comp plan mean a whole lot.
But that was citizen input. That was feedback from the community. I don't understand why we went through such an arduous exercise.
For example, look at the so-called questionnaire that led to the comp plan. That is the citizen input. They weren't even questions. They're general concepts of, do you think housing is too expensive in lines? And the obvious answer is yes. It doesn't lead you anywhere. It's the specifics, the nuts and bolts of trying to do housing that has always been the big hurdle, has been since before the flood, even before the flood. And the comp plan doesn't address that. And so when the comp plan gets trotted out over and over and over and over, many citizens review that as, oh, we're being told what the comp plan should mean when it doesn't actually say things. And there's conflicts in the comp plan. We've had several long-term citizens at those meetings and comp plans. We've seen them for years. Blah, 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 blah. So there are, just because there's a broad general concept in the comp plan, doesn't get you very far, in my opinion, to resolving real world conflicts about what we do in Montreal.
And yet,
And that's where the rubber meets the road. It's not, do we need more housing? Yes. Should it be more affordable? Yes. That's not, there's no substantive discussion on that to the point that you reach the areas of disagreement. Should we build here, here, here? And so it doesn't give you the guidance that you need. And that's why the comp plan is not good enough.
and yet I feel that there are really specific goals in the comp plan.
There are goals, but there's no specific strategies on how to reach them.
In regards to the comp plan, I think we had 225, 250 citizens that responded to it. We had 445 on the recent survey. And the survey is, in my estimation, was more up to date, more reflected the real world that we're facing now. Just a word on why I selected none of the above in the housing plan. I don't think that Lions has the bandwidth, the land, or the appetite for some of the things that are being suggested here. In particular, I look at housing authority. You can't have a housing authority unless you have properties to manage. That's one of the things. I think we have to listen to the residents and what they said in the survey about their appetite for housing and growth. I went through it again the other night and I looked at it, and there's a distinct majority there that said they would like this town to grow less than 5%. There's another lesser majority that said 10% is fine as an affordable housing goal. And by the way, any of you who were involved in that, in any of the past boards, any of the staff, we've done that. We've got our 10%. You should be congratulated for that. But at some point, I think reality strikes and we realize there's very little affordable land left in town that can be developed. There's very little land that's feasible because of the difficulty. We saw this with Summit. We put up the 40 units of Summit. Wonderful. But the developer has basically gone way over budget on it because the land was difficult to develop. And that's what we're seeing with some of the lands that are now being proposed in the IGA. We're looking at these and we all should understand the difficulty of it. We don't have any town land to give for affordable housing. There's none left. We're a very geologically and geographically limited town. And I think we also have to consider the economics of building here, of mixed use, of a mixture of attainable, affordable, or market rate housing. I think we would be hard pressed to find any developers who would take on that role, especially with the land that we have to develop. If it was Longmont and we had a 50-acre farm field that was close to utilities, they can do it. They're able to do that. We don't have that here in Lawrence. So that's my reason for choosing none of the above. I don't think any of them fit into a strategy.
I was just gonna add on the comp plan, as I chaired our planning commission during the time we created the latest comp plan. And frankly, it's a 200-page document. There's probably 10 major topics. So I don't feel like we had the opportunity to do a deep dive. I mean, we did surveys and community input, but I don't feel like in any one of those topics, it was really more of a broad brush saying, you know, directionally where should we go? So that's why I'm suggesting a strategic housing, you know, that this board does that, really where we do a deeper dive. Versus, I don't know the comp plan gives us, like Trustee Browning said, there's a lot of aspirational and what I call motherhood and apple pie and that kind of stuff that, you know, is, hey, yeah, do you want affordable housing? Of course, but you know, the brass tacks is how do we get there? And that's where I think it's a difficult challenge, and we just have to deal with reality. But I think at the same time, we should look at, that's where I differ than saying, I think there are opportunities we as a board should be looking at and do the best we can to move the needle forward.
And I agree with you, Dave, and I want to recognize how much work went into that comp plan on the part of the PCDC and you personally. And, you know, I think I was the only person who did a line-by-line read and provide feedback on that gigantic document, which was open for feedback for a long time. So when, you know, when we didn't get that feedback from the public that I wish we would have had, quite honestly, you know, this would be an easier conversation. I think, you know, it's one of those situations where, yes, this sounds great in theory, but when you try to apply it, that's when people start having opinions about it. And I would love to see a long-term housing plan that the community would support and that would help us reach some goals, even if it's not every single goal that was identified in the comp plan.
I know, but do you know what my concern is with that? Is that I'm afraid that every time the board changes, which is every 2 years, I feel like that's gonna be rehashed. Like, I
That's
just
a
feel like we're gonna
possibility.
rehash this like all the time, like,
Well, and that's the chance you take with democracy, right? I
but then
mean,
do you ever make any progress?
yeah,
But in my own,
incrementally.
That's why we lose planners,
Right,
is they spend time
Sure.
on all these plans
Sure.
and then the next board gets seated and doesn't want to follow them.
right.
I have reviewed by all 5 planners that left. And I know
5?
why, and it's all because of this or a personal issue. They think they have their direction, they go forward, like housing has been number one, housing, 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 housing. They work so hard on housing and then they're told not to do it. And planners are looking at the big vision, they're wanting to, you know, they don't wanna plan in a town that doesn't want any growth or any improvements or any change, and so I can tell you, that is why all 5, I do an exit, I give them an exit interview to fill out afterwards. They also felt very disrespected by the board and very disrespected by the public's input after we got public input. And then another segment comes out that's very, you know, a smaller segment and it changes. So it's hard for those of us who have been in public sector and in these positions, know things change, you know, they change. And so it's okay, but that's really hard on people who are trying to get their foot, you know, trying to make some progress and meet goals only to have them removed a year later.
So real briefly in response to that, there's a flip side to that, which is a number of planners that have never properly understood the uniqueness of Lyons or given
No, I agree.
to the views
I
of
agree.
the citizens of Lyons. And number 2, with respect to the turnover in boards and changes, I would tell you that it took 4 boards to get the summit housing done, 4 different boards. And there was a consistent thread through that with a lot of community opposition, especially in the early years, that it took to get there, to figure out what would actually work. And so
Mhm.
But there was,
I don't think that's an impediment to getting things done that boards turnovers. In some respects, that's what actually allowed it to be accomplished. And John was the mayor when it started. And we had to learn along the way what would work and what didn't work. And so that turnover with getting different views into the process actually ended up succeeding. What got done there? No, it wasn't what probably any of those 4 boards would have wanted in terms of the final result. That's what resulted from a multi-year process with a lot of different people having input into it.
and what I'm hearing you say, Mark, is a consistent thread. So when I hear long-term strategic plan, I would love to see some sort of consistent thread where we all agree that there needs to be help. I mean, we don't have to agree on it. I guess a strategy is how does that happen? But I feel like, I guess that's where, as an optimist, I guess, I really believed in the comp plan. I felt like there was a lot of good work done there.
Mhm.
And I really liked that there was a vision and that we just needed to create that strategy. And so I would love to find some sort of consistent thread that would see us through the next few boards.
As a reminder, we did a long-term housing futures plan. The problem here was it was done by an outside consultant with input from town planners, and it didn't reflect either the accurate situation of Lyons in terms of like using public land or the citizens' views. And so that plan, which we revised, and I would like to see that as one of our accomplishments, is we fixed a defective housing futures plan. That plan did more harm than good in the community. And yet we have a housing futures plan with an addendum now. We did that. It just didn't get done right. And it caused more problems than it solved, in my opinion.
Yeah, and to me, that plan done by the consultant, I agree, it didn't reflect a lot of the town dependencies or situation, but anyway, I guess what I was thinking, that's more of input into a longer term strategic plan, but because I always felt like any outside consultant, we need to make it our own. And so it's a basis point. They did some data gathering. There's some controversial things. Some of the fixes were made with the appendix, but anyway, I just think a simple, and maybe I'm probably being overly naive here, thinking if we created something that could survive future boards. I mean, every board, of course, can change it, but to me, if it seemed reasonable and logical, and you go, oh, okay, they did a good job there, and included citizen input and balanced all those competing needs.
So maybe what we're identifying here.
Yeah, several things. Relating to the comprehensive plan, I've never said my feelings about that in 3 years. I used to be the editor of a magazine, and the editor of Rolling Stone spoke at the Folio show probably 15 years ago and said, if you can't say it in 800 words, don't bother saying it at all, to America's current population.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's the strategic problem with the comprehensive plan. I know we're required to do it, and we're required to do it with that kind of complexity by law, but I don't think it's helpful in today's world. I don't think most people are gonna be paying attention to it. I think we do live in a world where you can't say it in 800 words. You know, the magazine I edited, I did a back column that for 14 years was the most read thing in the magazine because it was less than 500 words. I'm not a great writer, I'm not a great column, but it was easy. I think that's the major issue there. I think a lot of it when it comes to housing, I'm not interested in pushing a rope. And I think a lot of what we've been trying to do is push a rope. And so my own personal desires, I finally have just put to rest because I feel like the population has spoken and spoken clearly in the last year that they do not. They say they want growth, never in the areas where it's possible to put it. The opposition will be significant and it will be loud. And there's not a lot we can do about it. In that regard, I'm kind of glad, actually, one of the very few that the state's taken it out of our hands. And in fact has forced the issue on allowing, you know, ADUs regardless of what an HOA says. Because there's not an HOA in the state that's going to allow that. And I think therefore, we've really got to go with what guidance we're getting from above. And that's why I put number one, revising the municipal code, which we've been focused on in the midst of doing, and meeting the Prop 123 goals, which we've already done for the first run of this. I don't know that trying to do much more than that is going to be much more than looking at specific opportunities, like we know that behind the Tebow property, there's likely going to be an opportunity for R3. Great, terrific. We'll do R3 there. But I don't think an overall strategy has served us all that well. I feel like it's been pushing a rope. And so I've really shifted on this, you know, based on those 445 folks who have made their perspective very clear, including in my own neighborhood.
When you say meeting a Prop 123 goals, you mean with the Jim Coop's property?
Yeah, or yeah, I mean, there's 2 or 3 things that have happened and work in the favor of that, which
So I think this conversation has identified an issue, a much deeper issue than the focus of this retreat. And that issue is the functionality of maintaining a system where the entire board can be replaced every 2 years. Is that what's going on here? You all only have 2-year terms?
Yeah, all at the same
Yeah,
time.
and they're not staggered.
They're not staggered. Every 2 years, I get a new 7 people.
so that is all statutory towns, right?
It's a statutory town unless you adopt it otherwise. And we've looked at it numerous times over the years and no one wants to commit to they think that people won't run if there's a commitment to a 4-year term. And to get the 2-year terms, you can't stagger 2-year term. I mean, we have, so yeah, that's why, like in my tenure, I've worked under 6 mayors in 15 years and 7 different boards. It changes every 2 years.
Boards are limited to 3 terms, mayors are limited to 4, correct?
Yeah, and usually the majority carry over because they realize that the first 2 years you're just getting to know it, you're getting your feet wet and people will run again, but not always. And so usually you do have some carryover, but that's not guaranteed. And that's kind of what happened here. We had a comp plan under a different board and adopted, and then we got more people came out afterwards when we did this housing and were vocal, not to the same strategies as, or the goals of the comp plan.
But this, for example, though, this current board, everybody either served in the last term
Everybody
or prior, other than
Other
myself.
than you, and you were planning commission chair, so you had a good understanding.
So it's not like, 7 new newbies coming in. I mean, it's possible we could have.
No, but as a board, as a group, you're
Fair
giving
enough.
different direction than the last.
Oh,
board.
of course.
Yeah.
And you know, the possibility remains that the board and mayor could turn over entirely, and at which point there's a really serious loss of institutional knowledge
Yeah.
that then falls on the town administrator and staff to carry forward.
Right. And of course, that's why you have an administrator and staff
Yes.
in the event that something like that happens, but,
Well, we've had 5 different planners, so
But it's just the planning.
the
Everyone else
institutional
is,
knowledge of staff rests on this lady here.
it's like that.
Well,
So,
there's-
I get that.
yeah, there are 3 of us who have been here since prior to the flood of
Okay,
all the staff. Me,
Yeah.
Dolores and Dave. That's it.
okay,
Everyone else is since then.
Right.
But department heads have good longevity, 22 years, 20 years, or 22 years, 15 years, 10, 5. I mean, we all have good longevity. It's just the planner. The planner position is a nightmare for us.
okay, okay, so.
But
Well, we're not here to deal with the systemic issue, but this conversation certainly identified it as an issue for you all.
well, it kind of identifies for me that maybe this isn't one of our goals then in the next 15 months, other than that one objective. And to stop trying to push the rope to say, staff, put your time here, because that's what we've been doing. And it's very frustrating.
That in fact is my position, that this should not be our number one priority because the citizens, it's not the citizens' number one priority.
Trustee Dillon?
Well, so I think affordable housing is important, but I don't think we should make it a certain number, like 5% or 10%. I think we have to look at what is doable in a small town like ours with not many buildable areas, and I do agree that I don't think it should be the number one priority. I do feel there's too much time put into it. There are very few areas where it would really work.
Okay.
And I want to add something here just for clarity. When this board got together to discuss what our priorities would be for our term, and we had some consensus, we did not identify within those areas what would be number 1, 2, and 3, unless I'm misremembering. So while it is true, we've spent the majority of our time on housing, and I agree that it's definitely time to shift that focus and get some other things accomplished. I don't remember us ever identifying housing as the number 1 priority. That's why we came up with 3 priorities, so we could have 3 things to focus on.
Your top 3, well, housing, last time when you guys made your goals, 5 of you had housing, and then wildfire mitigation and infrastructure were 4s. I mean, that's not how it worked. It was, but yes, it did have the most individual votes. I don't say that it was priority 1. I agree with you. Housing, wildfire mitigation, and infrastructure.
I'll put an asterisk on mine though, with housing being, what can we realistically do, not.
I do, having said all that, want to say that I feel really quite good about our accomplishments related to housing in the last year, particularly related to revising the municipal code, and recognizing as a group that we need to move in that direction and make the state laws work for a landlocked town. And I believe that we have been, for the most part, on the same page as it relates to that specific aspect of it. Yeah, it's way less than, conceptually or philosophically, I would like, but I think it's, in the real world, I believe we really have accomplished some stuff. It's also why I added adopt a policy that incentivizes and or subsidizes housing affordability. And into that, because I really feel like we have kind of have our marching orders. That these are the areas we can work on. Let's get it done in the time we have left.
I think this has all been a great conversation today. And back to my strategy, I mean, as I take in all the input, I mean, our strategy, I think we owe it to the town to come back with a strategy, not what the consultant did. And the strategy could be as simple as, will be opportunistic in nature, whether it's Prop 1, 2, 3, or there's a piece of land here, or Boulder County buys a property, but not having these grandiose you know, hey, we're gonna have 15% of affordable housing and blah, blah, blah. Cause I think that's what sets the town off, and, cause one, it's not realistic, it's not what they want. Anyway, so to me, and just coming up with what we think directionally is the right direction, and then stating that, and, I think the town would be a lot more at ease instead of us feel like this board's pro-growth and wanting to go out and, you know, do a lot of development. So anyway.
Typically, before one develops a strategy, one understands the scope of the problem. Because then the strategy is to address the scope of the problem, right? And we know that the state Department of Local Affairs is gonna start looking at communities to do a needs assessment. Has Lyons done a needs assessment, a
Mhm.
housing needs assessment?
We
That's
sure
the
have.
housing
Yeah.
futures plan.
And they didn't like it, we didn't adopt it in whole, we revised it.
So.
We never adopted it,
They never adopted it.
Identified the
The
numbers.
board
the
accepted it,
citizens
but
didn't
not
agree.
adopted it.
And as a specific example, and Dola's talking about, their probably strategy number one is identify publicly owned land that might be suitable for housing. That happens in many places, like Erie's new housing. The problem with that in Lyons is that because of prior issues about housing, we have an ordinance that basically says if you want to use more than half an acre of town-owned land, the citizens have to vote to approve it. And the other problem here is a lot of our town-owned lands are not topographically suitable at all. They're hills and fire risk areas and things. So that's an example. The state says, do a strategy. Here's our recommended strategy number one, but it doesn't fit Lyons. And yet we had Dola paid for consultants and our planners sticking that strategy in a plan that just doesn't work. And that's just an example of what the problem is.
We've had two situations in the last few years where the citizens by vote have informed us of their perspectives on that. And one was affordable housing in an area that, you know, it was a relatively close vote, but it also was a very clear stinging statement of not here in really quite developable space. That was the first. The second was this past November, where the people were saying, you know, don't you dare think about annexing any kind of property that could be subdivided to something less than 5 acres for additional housing. You know, that was resoundingly signaled to us on how they feel about that.
Our 5 acre rule that was citizen
Right.
initiated many, many years ago. Most of the consultants we brought in, and even comp plans, 2010 comp plan, for example, have looked at that as this is a real impediment to Lyons' future progress, economic and otherwise, and that you really ought to rethink this, you really ought to rethink this. But citizens don't want to rethink it. Whether you agree with that or not, that's a fact of life. That's another example. Saying, look at this strategy, it doesn't make, nobody else does this. Lyons is gonna do it unless the citizens collectively change their mind.
You know, Americans tend to vote values, not issues. And one of the things that I think I'm starting to wonder about is, are we in fact primarily a rural community? And are the people who live here people who don't prefer urban housing, certainly, but don't even prefer suburban environments of housing? That this is a community that outside of the heart of town, people want rural. And if that's the case, then that's a lot of additional challenges for us and always going forward. And to me, that's something that you can't really study, but you've really got to pay attention to. I sent Holly an article in the Atlantic this week on housing and citizenry in urban as opposed to suburban areas. And why urban folks say, yep, we want dense housing, and suburban folks say, no, we don't. It's because of where they live already.
Different strategies,
Right.
different strategic plans.
And I think opportunistic is best, and short-term is best. And I think that's more helpful to staff as well. Because, then when T-bill goes through, which by the way, when it does go through, we'll have to really be reminding everybody that that's 10 acres on the eastern corridor, not 5 for a vote. Because people are gonna see that that's roughly 5 acres, give or take a little bit. One of the things of this past week, it's, we just have to remind them. But, there will be an opportunity. And I think we take advantage of that opportunity when it comes.
But then you
Well,
have to
we have,
listen
we
to
have
them.
some other issues that we need to discuss, so we're gonna need to bring housing to a close. What I'm hearing is that working on the code, revising the municipal code, there's consensus around that, is what I'm hearing, okay. So that's definitely something that needs to be worked on in the 15 months. The other things are kind of systemic, and those are gonna be longer term discussions. You need to consider options, and I learned as mayor of Dillon, you never say never. I always used to tell my citizens, where there's a will, there's a way. And if you demonstrate the political will, the way will become identified, but, you always have to keep that in the back of your mind, so never say never. And look for those opportunities. So under housing, I'm gonna put code, revised code. And I'm also gonna put capture opportunity.
I'd like David's suggestion of a
And you like it?
concise, opportunistic housing strategy.
I read that.
500 words.
Yeah,
Cause
yeah, I
Nobody's gonna
really,
read it.
I think
You,
that's
you guys
really-
have heard the Twang quote, I wrote you a long letter because I didn't have
It's
time to
not
write
gonna
you a
short
short one.
Yeah.
It's much more difficult.
That is one thing I notice about, I've worked corporate, I've worked education, I've worked nonprofit, and I've worked in government. Education and government, just so often I want to say to all those making the decisions, too many words. You don't see that in corporate America because we're looking at quarter to quarter profit. You also don't see it in nonprofits because if you're not producing, people aren't getting. But in government, there are just a lot of times, and I feel like that.
I read it, too.
Comprehensive plan, you guys did fantastic work on that. Nobody read it.
But it fails in comparison to government documents.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
Okay. There's a great book out there called The Friction Project that talks about that. And not just too many words, but, too many, gobbledy speak.
I read this.
Yeah.
It's, those sitting around the table know the lingo, those on the outside don't. It's a great book called The Friction Project. We got consensus on this? Kind of grudging from trustee Lowell, but
That's fine.
I'll take it. Mayor?
I want to name something here, and that is, as elected officials, yes, we do, we listen to what the citizens want and create our policies based largely on what citizens want, and we also have to use our judgment about what the right thing to do is. So when I listen to this conversation, I think about my almost 30 years of living in Boulder County, and I see a movement toward adopting policies that created the housing situation in Boulder. What we hear all the time is we don't want lines to be Boulder. We don't want lines to be Boulder. But people want the policies that made Boulder what it is. And in the pit of my stomach, I think, okay, what's gonna happen 10 years down the road when a single family home is $4 million and our baristas, our artists, our musicians cannot afford to live here? Where are they gonna go? What is that gonna do to the soul of this town? And so I am hearing, yes, the citizens want this, the citizens want this, the citizens don't want this, the citizens don't want this. And I'm in my mind trying to play it forward. What does that mean for the long-term vitality of Lyons as a town economically and culturally in all these different ways? And I just feel like we have to keep considering that.
But I think sadly, the demographics have changed drastically, even in the 12 years that I've been here. This has become a very desirous town to live in. The prices reflect that. It's different, and it's been different certainly since the flood, but more importantly, I think over the last maybe 7 or 8 years, we've seen an influx. There isn't a house in my development that doesn't sell now for over $1 million. It's not the way it was 12 years ago. I bought an affordable home 12 years ago. And trust me, I mean, I'm not up there in the salary rate. It's unfortunate if you say we're losing the soul of the town. I got it. I understand that. But the tide of the economy and what people think about Lyons as a place to live is very powerful. I'm not sure there's any way we can change that.
It doesn't mean that we shouldn't try.
Pushing a rope.
Yeah, I really agree with you on housing. I believe that we are losing what Lyons has always been. But over the last 9 months, really since November of last year, so 14 months, I feel like whatever is done is going to have to be more modest than what I had hoped and desired, because to have the highest goals and not able to accomplish any of it, what good is that? Yeah, I mean, I've been here 17 years. I built a house for $482,000. You know, same thing. There's not a house in my neighborhood that goes for less than $1 million. So I think the opportunistic, you know, ready to spring, I guess that's how I feel. If we find a place where the opposition will not be so great that it stops us dead on our tracks, then I'm ready to spring. And if the state takes that out of our hands, I kind of like that, like I said earlier, because that was going to give me more opportunities to be ready to spring on what might exist. But I think having a long-term aggressive kind of goal is simply not attainable. And I don't like that I'm saying that, but I also don't like pushing a rope.
I want to add one thing for what the mayor said too, which is I agree that board judgment needs to be added to popular opinion. And let me give you a very specific current example of where that worked. The board of trustees, I wasn't on it yet. I was at the hearing, spoke in favor of it, used its judgment to carve out a 10-acre exception, to create a 10-acre exception to the 5-acre rule because we wanted to grow in the eastern corner. That was the place we thought it might work. And guess what? Because a board 6, 8 years ago, whenever it was, used their judgment to change a popularly initiated 5-acre rule, we're able to do the Tebow annexation without having a popular vote on should we approve this annexation from Tebow the Boulder developer. If we had to vote on that, even though there's kind of a general acceptance of what he wants to do out there, it would get contentious because, you know, a well-known and not always popular Boulder developer going in front of the voters of Lyons. But because a board of trustees used its judgment wisely, with some opposition at the time, because I was at that hearing and there were people who said, don't touch the 5-acre rule at all. It worked. Those are the types of difficult judgment calls that a board has to make. Like, do we proceed with affordable housing at all once the voters turn down the Bone Park housing? And 4 different boards said, yes, we should, but we got to be careful about what we do this time. not make it too controversial. And she's right, being opportunistic, I believe, is let's find things that will not engender widespread dissension and disagreement in the community. That's an example. A board using its judgment and deviating somewhat from what the voters have done.
Ready to move on? Finally,
Very.
I actually am not, only because if, I would really like to hear what trustee Patty, because I know she's, wants to speak from her heart on this, and she's not, if you can, have this okay.
Mr. Denny, are you okay?
He's part of heart and soul.
Would you like to share something with us?
My heart is bleeding through my eyes because I feel the loss of the soul of our town is happening. It was predicted it would happen post-flood, and I see it happening. And I don't know what we can do to preserve it. I don't know how we can stop it. And it's just so hard to be a part of that, to witness that. And I know personally too many families who tried to hang on to this idyllic vision we have of Lions. And it just isn't the town we moved into 10 or 12 or 20 years ago. This isn't the same town, and I'm having such a hard time accepting that this isn't the community I thought it was. My values aren't aligning with these new values. So I'm having a really hard time sitting here. I mean, sure, wildfire is important. I mean, infrastructure is important, economic, all of this is important, but it doesn't engage me like the soul of our community does for keeping our unique character. I mean, this is where my heart lies, and I am so happy to move on, but you will not see me as engaged in the rest of this because this doesn't make us who we are. What is Lions? Who are we? I don't know anymore.
I think we will become a bedroom community. That it will only be a very big, expensive houses. I think we'll lose our downtown if we don't have the diversity in housing, or we don't support people of diversity that want to live here. I agree with your concerns, but you and I have spent a lot of time on this, and we're closer to it. We're, you know, this maybe, and we have worked hand in hand with over 60 people that we helped them fill out the paperwork to try to come home. So you're very, very vested in this, and I share your same concerns. I think we will just become a bedroom community, and our main street will go away, and the whole purpose people want to live here will go away. The funkiness, the hipness, better change our motto, because it's not going to be that. It is not going to be that.
I think we've done too good of a job of marketing this community.
I know, we did a great job.
Everybody wants to live here. But I think that what the here is, I don't think that here is the same anymore.
No,
I don't think people realize that. We're changing.
yeah, we're in the cusp of change.
And change is inevitable, I get that. That's not why I moved here.
Me either.
I'm sorry, I know you're looking at the clock and you're wanting
It's
to get
okay.
all the things done that need to get done, but this is really important.
Is there something you'd like to add to the housing discussion?
I just wanted to hear that.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. I mean, this is, you know, I think fundamentally, this is, it's the crux of the issue, you know. Change is gonna happen. how can we harness the energy behind a change so that it happens in a way that makes sense for the community? And maybe it's not a how can we, maybe it's can we in any way? Maybe the answer to that is no. I'd like to believe the answer to that is not no, because as we've heard over and over again, Lyons is an incredibly unique community with a whole lot of heart and grit. We know how to work hard and make hard decisions. I think that a lot of people in this community don't understand the long-term effects of the decisions that we're trying to make right now. Or maybe they do and they don't care because they have their house and they're good.
There is some of that.
I'm afraid there's a lot of truth to that.
Which is heartbreaking when you think about it, because it means people are thinking about their own needs and they're being self-serving. And here we are trying to do what's best for the community at large, and we're trying to make those long-term plans for the future. And it's really hard to come up against these individualistic, self-serving needs or desires, when really what we're trying to do is do what's best for the community at large.
Yeah.
I would want to be careful in using moral language as it relates to it. I'm not sure that this is a moral issue for most people. I think there's a lack of awareness for a lot of people that it is a moral issue, but I don't think there is this is a decidedly liberal town. I think that,
I don't think so anymore.
no,
No, I think we're back.
The last time I pulled the voter data during our election, it was 25% Democrat, 25% Republican, and 50% unaffiliated.
yeah, my question there would be, how do the unaffiliated vote?
Right, but
I'm
I'd say,
also independent, I'm not, but yeah, I want to be careful about using pejorative language. Except where it's appropriate. I ran a nonprofit for 35 years that was a mom and pop and then became an international nonprofit. And it's still growing. Then I led another nonprofit for 6 years that I took the lead in shutting it down. Because the direction the people wanted to go is not a direction that any of the board were comfortable with. And so we shut it down 15 months ago. You can't do that with the town. I don't like a lot of the direction that things are going here, but I don't know that we as a board can stop it. And I would rather have a board that's willing to be opportunistic than have people so angry that we get a board that just says, what the hell, I want to be bolder. And we don't have that now, and so you do what you can. I'm talking too much, I'm sorry.
No.
I do think you have to recognize that self-interest and motivation and property values for people that have invested their life savings in their homes are important things, but I think it's very important to recognize that as a reality and show people why their self-interest is helped by things like, for example, a hotel that is the only thing I see to economically save downtown. Huge controversy here. And a lot of even old timers, we don't want change. I've tried times on social media to say, if we don't have a hotel to generate the tax revenue that's going to generate, guess who's going to end up paying those taxes? You are. That message needs to be conveyed. And similarly, it's been in comp plans and LPPA plans for 20 years. If we don't develop the eastern corridor to produce some tax revenue to support town functions, the fallback is taxing the existing residents, including the people in the $2 million houses are going to pay more property tax than the people in the remaining $800,000 houses, which are going to be built in. So it's a big job, and I think there's things that we can do. It's basically to tell people we have to carefully watch the future economics of the town, or it's gonna hurt you. It's gonna be contrary to your financial interests. You know,
And I think those, most of those will pay it. I mean, they can pay it,
I think you're right.
and they will pay it. They'll pay as high as, I think when you're talking the urban, suburban, rural, they think they want a rural lifestyle, but they want urban services.
Mhm.
And
So-
those don't jive, and so when they want those urban services, they just get them in Boulder and Longmont. Right? We had some of our own folks say, I never shop downtown, doesn't matter, I just wanna live here.
Mhm.
But they don't get that if you don't shop here and keep these businesses up, that the whole funky, the parades, all that, it goes away.
I would love to see you write an article about that. Seriously, I would like to see that published. You or Holly one. Exactly that, because
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things that people are not thinking about.
There's also a paradox in the
I know.
funkiness and unique character of Lions, that the more we emphasize that and preserve it,
More people
promote
wanna
it,
come here.
the more desirable we
I know.
make it. People will pay more for a house to live here. It's.
But it also, that's what keeps us alive during the summer and things, the town, I mean, it, yeah, we have created, I think we've done a great job marketing, I'll put it that way.
We made it a very desirable place to live, and therefore the values go.
I know, that's why when I go outside, I don't hear people that are unhappy, I hear people love it here, and they're so blessed to live here, and they're so whatever, and it's like, I don't think most people are miserable, they want to be here, and so maybe we've done too good of a job with our parks and our.
Look, we can't accommodate everybody. We can't, to your point, I mean, it's unfortunate. And by the way, Tanya, I wish I could wear my heart on my sleeve like you do. I have lived in 3 places that are not what they were. My hometown where I lived for 26 years, the town where I raised my children for 30 years, which changed drastically. And another town that I lived for a short period of time before moving here. I have accepted, not without anger, not without acrimony, the way these towns have changed. But over my 7+ decades on this planet, I've come to realize things are not always going to stay the same.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, no question.
And Lions has become a victim of its own success, quite frankly. You know, you talk about the downtown. I remember when I first moved here, I met Dave Wickham. You guys know Dave Wickham. I was walking around the dog park with him. And he made a very prescient statement that I didn't realize at the time exactly how prescient it was. He pointed to the houses up on the hill where you folks live, and he pointed to Stone Canyon, and he says, you know, if it hadn't been for those houses, we wouldn't have a downtown. Think about what the downtown was before we had Eagle Canyon and Stone Canyon and LVP. Think about what was down there. I mean, we didn't have restaurants, right? I mean, we have people now who can go to a place like
Marigold.
Marigold's and drop $200.
Yeah, yeah.
You didn't have that 15 years ago. Things change, which is kind of funny because the article I just passed in for the Redstone speaks to this issue, not from necessarily the housing aspect. I look at it more from the environmental aspect. So,
It's a great discussion, I appreciate it. Yeah, we better,
Let's take a break. Come back at some point.
maybe the others won't be quite the same.
Wait, Dave's insurance got dropped too.
what's that?
Dave's insurance got non-renewed as well.
Is it all
Not
state?
mine.
Who's?
Dave,
I think so.
Dave Warbeck? Dave who?
With him.
Oh,
Is that the
is that on the-
Mine's been dropped twice, but,
Which companies?
It's been dropped once.
first time was with State Farm,
Oh,
second time with Allstate.
Oh, State Farm did?
Yeah.
'Cause
Well, because my propane tank was too close to the house, and I was out of the country when they called me. Consulting
Major risk of fire to the whole neighborhood in India.
Okay, we're gonna reconvene and, hopefully we'll go through the next 3 issues with a little bit of, more time sensitivity here, but I knew housing was an issue for the town of Lyons. I know enough about the town to know that, so, you know, let's talk about this, and I will tell you that I still,
Related.
I still live in Dillon. I've lived in Dillon for 43 years. Was the mayor for 8, my husband was on council for 18. So we're deeply invested in that community, right? And this is as much an issue for me in Dillon. In fact, during COVID, you know, when I started working at Dr. Cog, we bought a condo down in Denver, so I didn't have to make the drive all the time. And during COVID, we were sitting in the pergola up in our yard in Dillon and going, why the hell are we paying a mortgage on a condo and HOA fees on a condo in Denver? You know, and then that's some of the fires started happening relatively close, and we could see the smoke from our yard, and it's like, oh yeah, plan B, right? So it's a reality for those of us who live in Colorado or anywhere in the foothills of the mountains of Colorado. So it's very much a reality here. So, same exercise. You have the choices there, your top 3 for wildfire mitigation. Let's go through that exercise. And then we'll talk about your top 3 and go from there. There's also another category.
We use a lot of acronyms, but I think everybody in the room knows them.
Start with trustee Browning this time.
The wildfire mitigation, that's number 1 is adopt WI code, but I view that as the same thing as the second blank or task force responsibilities because the task force is a WI.
Okay, so you see them combined.
I say those as the same. But 2, incentivize defensible space. It was basically the Boulder Wildfire Partners program, which we've taken a step toward doing this year. And number 3, I put complete Martin parcel cleanup, just because I think that's an example.
Trustee Hamwick.
Number 1, I put other. Developments, right? No, just, I put other in the form of education. Cause my thoughts are, we can do all this mitigation work, but the concern I have is when things happen and it's just a matter of time. You know, how do people evacuate? So that's one part of education. The other part, of course, is educating people on how to mitigate, whether it's through wildfire partners or other sorts of stuff. Anyway, that was number 1. 2 was, and 2 is more increased sustainability efforts to improve climate resilience. And that's not going to affect us today, but it's just something we need to do to address the macro issue. And then 3 was to incentivize defensive space.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Number 1, adopt a ruling code. Number two, incentivize defensible space. Number three, task force responsibilities completed and adopt recommendations.
Okay. Trustee Lowell?
I had number one, incentivize defensible space. Just an aside, we had an HOA meeting, this week earlier, and I was trying to promote the, Lions Fire District assessments. Turns out that less than 20 properties out of our 114 in Lions Valley Park, which is very much in jeopardy of a wildfire, have taken advantage of that. So I think that's important.
That's part of that education piece.
Yeah, number two is, adopt the WUI code. And under other, I had a different mitigation project. I said complete the Prospect Neely neighborhood mitigation.
Thank you. Trustee Dillon?
I said, number one, incentivize defensible space. Two, complete and adopt CWPP and Lions fire protection. And three, increase sustainability efforts to improve climate resiliency. So I think a lot of things we see now, and even if you do a lot of that stuff with climate change, like going on in LA now, a lot of these properties that are burning are not something that would be considered in these, high risk areas.
Right, okay. Trustee Daddy?
Can I combine the CWPP and the WUI code, because I feel like
That's
they're
kind of what I felt.
both adoption, like we need to adopt both of those. And I do believe in completing the Martin parcel cleanup as well, and incentivizing the defensible space.
Okay. And Mayor?
Complete and adopt the CWPP. I think that'll be really important for partnership purposes and resources. Incentivize defensible space and adopt the WUI code. And I also think that it's, again, an opportunity to use the county tax money that we're already paying. You know, we see how much our residents pay in property taxes to the county. We need to start really getting that money to help us. If we could implement a program, and Trustee Browning had such a great idea with his town match of the wildfire partners mitigation money, I think we need to expand that times 10 with county funds. If we giving $1,000 back to somebody for doing wildfire protection is one thing. If we say, oh, look, up to $5,000, here, go do. I mean, I think that would really have a big impact. And I just want to say this is tough because we have to think short-term versus long-term as well. We need to save our town. None of the other conversations are gonna matter if the town burns down.
Anybody hear the wind last night? Yeah.
Yeah,
Let me ask about the education issue, because that you kind of talked about it with your HOA and the experience about who would talk to the fire district already. Is that something that resonates with the rest of the board? Do you understand why education of your electorate is so important? Any ideas how to do it?
It's the old lead a horse to draw to water, but you can't necessarily make him drink, right?
Yeah,
I mean, the opportunities are there for, I had it done on my property, and I know some of the others in here have had it done. It's easy peasy. They show up, they assess your property, they tell you what you need to do. You can either do it or not do it. But the first step is getting them there so that you understand what the dangers to your property are from a wildfire. A quick aside on the incentive, I know we're gonna talk about the incentivized defensible space, but I'm looking at the Boulder County Wildfire Partners. Didn't we not say that our town incentive would be based on their?
Yeah.
Right? So they haven't initiated the program for 2025 yet. I don't know if anybody else has any other information on that.
I think they
have my house
did.
done.
Yeah.
Did you have it done in 2025?
They're not doing a good job of educating.
Okay,
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
but you didn't put in for
No, it
the,
was 2025.
did you put in for the rebate? That's what I'm talking about.
No, not yet.
The program's there, it's the rebate off of which we would fashion our
Right.
rebate, that's at the issue.
No, we need to get working on getting that done.
Cassidy's working on it.
As education, it's obviously important, critical, but it's not enough. I don't think you can find 10% of the population in Lyons that doesn't know we're at a supremely high risk for wildfire because we've had them close in LA and Lahaina. I think everybody, almost everybody knows that we're a high risk fire area. But will that spur them to take action to do something? I don't think it will until their insurance is down. I don't think they will do it. And we've seen this on the task force that Greg and I are on, because even the towns that have done WI codes, because they've had fires like Colorado Springs or gotten very close to them, they only make them prospective. They almost across the board have declined to make them retroactive. You're not required to retrofit an existing house. You can only if you build a new one or do a designated level of remodeling to your current home. And they don't do it for two reasons: citizen feedback, citizen resistance, and the cost of enforcing it. And so for those two reasons, it's not being done. And the reality is, in Lyons, if we don't make it retroactive, it's not going to do much good because there's not.
Education more about just the need though.
Exactly, that's what I was gonna say, and, I mean, we had an evacuation this summer, right?
Right.
Did everybody know exactly what their to-go bag should include? Did they know what the evacuation routes were? I mean, on and on and on, and so I think a simple thing we can do, because frankly, I think all the mitigation work we've seen with the winds blowing, whether it's California or what happened with the troublesome fire, you're screwed. It doesn't matter what mitigation you do.
I disagree.
But, well, so different opinions, but, I saw it jump the Continental Divide for 5 miles, okay? But education, at least, that's something simple we can do. Boulder County does these seminar things. I thought we could suitcase them here. We could just make people better prepared, because every time we have this evacuation this summer, I piled a bunch of crap in my RV and drove along on it. And I'm going, did I get everything? I don't know, so it's just simple things like that. I think just educating people, if something happens here, make sure people are planned, are prepared for, living out of a suitcase for the next week or two.
The last time we talked about this at our last retreat, we brought up preparedness, and the consensus of the board was that we should focus on mitigation and not preparedness. I still feel like we need to focus on preparedness.
So can I remind everybody that the Housing and Human Services Commission is working on an emergency preparedness fair, probably April 15th, in partnership with the Boulder County Office of Emergency Management.
Thank you.
And the whole idea is to get people signed up for text alerts. And the whole idea is to think about their evacuation plan. The whole idea is to give them that checklist. You guys all can go to the website.
It's there.
It's there, and we're preparing backpacks for the most vulnerable, emergency bags that fit by the door. So we're working on that.
Thank you.
We're from an implementation level where I run into a little conflict here is I'm happy to educate. I'll educate the wherever, but Lyons Fire Protection and Boulder County Wildfire think they're the lead. They're like, why? The town is not experts. You don't run the fire department. We do. And so I asked them for those materials. They don't even have them yet, some of them. And so we designed Kim made that evacuation checklist that we distributed in our utility bills, we put in our website. But again, mine hangs on my fridge and I'm ready, but you can't make them do it. We can give it. I'm happy to keep doing this, but we have to have some form of an agreement, because I don't want conflicting information from Boulder County and Lyons Fire Protection District and the town, because we certainly are not the experts.
Okay.
I don't know how, so
But we can just facilitate.
I'm happy to
mean,
facilitate. I'm happy
We're not the
to-
experts, I agree, but we can push and push and push them until.
We can, but just so you know that this is not our area that,
Oh, yeah, we
Staff
have
members,
experts right down
yeah.
the street, let's leverage.
Yeah, well,
and we wrote the grant for the CWPP for them. We're financially managing it for them. And so I just want you to know, I'm happy to, I agree totally. I just don't want to step on others' toes, as we do this.
yeah, and it's tough because, no, we don't want to step on others' toes. And at the same time, we've been asking since the summer what the plan is for vulnerable people who live at Walt Self Housing, who live at Bloomfield. What is the Boulder County plan for evacuation for these people? And we do not have, as far as I know, an answer or a plan yet. And at some point, we have to say, okay, we might be stepping on some toes and we have to make sure our citizens are safe.
Totally agree.
And I think that's probably a better approach. Their expertise is not the dissemination of information. That is our
They have a
expertise.
they have a full-time information officer.
Really?
Yeah, Kim tries
I
to
want
work really
that job.
closely with them.
Yeah, you do, I don't.
You don't have to, seriously,
Yeah. They have a PIO.
wow, okay. Yeah, because they do a really shitty job of it. They
The
really-
welfare
I mean,
partners list you get includes checklist, evacuation routes,
I feel like our info has been really solid on it. I appreciate what the staff has done with that.
I think you should apply for that job.
Okay, so we are looking at,
Incentivizing.
incentivizing, dispensable space, adopting the ruling code, and also completing and adopting the CWPP
With the fire department.
with the fire department. Along with continuing education issues. I mean, I will guarantee that there were residents in Dillon, you would think that they would know this, but they don't. You know, they don't know where the resources are. They don't know that they can call the fire department for a free assessment. You know, I have neighbors that didn't know that. So,
And I wonder what percentage of our community reads our newsletters, because I know we put a lot of, good information in there.
I did a newspaper article once too on how it all works, that we're under these other umbrellas. But, no, we'll just continue,
But I think part of it is just making it stupidly simple, because I know when we evacuated this summer, and I was voluntarily evacuating, but I saw the fire right on the hill, and
Yeah,
you go brain dead. You go,
Yes.
okay, what am I supposed to do? And it would be nice to have a magnet
I
on the
just-
fridge or something simple and go, okay, you have this.
we do have a
And we-
sheet we'll put on your fridge for you, Dave, I
Okay.
have one.
But
it
Victoria will
is-
come over with a
Again,
magnet.
because we all adopt the same incident management system, I can't be the one to initiate,
Oh.
now is the time you need to start evacuating, even though I'd like to.
Right.
It will screw up how.
Oh,
their
no,
whole
it's not your
system of
authority.
Them deciding
Yeah.
when they're gonna,
Yep.
right.
when
I'm
they're
like
gonna
in
call it.
I think continuing to hold their feet
I
to the
think that's
fire
gonna change.
and continuing to ask them
Yeah.
what is their plan.
Yeah.
We're partners in this together, we are not competitors, we
Yeah,
are partners
absolutely,
in this.
absolutely.
We serve the same citizens, we have the same goals, you know, what's your plan? Continuing to ask is valid.
Yeah,
Do we have the Lions Fire Protection District on the agenda to come like once a year to give us an update or anything like that?
Talk to them about some, I'm sure that, yeah.
I think it's so great to keep that dialogue
Yeah,
going
we're
with this.
Yeah.
constantly meeting. them,
But even in
so
front of
it's
the board of
there.
trustees, like I think if, you know,
In front of the
in
public.
front of the public.
right in
Yeah,
front of the public.
yeah, I think that's a great thing to do.
I just think we need to keep that like.
Yeah.
We'll plan to do that again right before like April, May. I mean, I know fire season's year round, but it's still increased during certain times.
Sounds good?
Okay.
We in agreement on these?
I think so.
We've all been thinking about this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, numbers. I will say earnings. The one lines happening Monday morning instead of,
Are you ready?
are you ready? Here's a link to a
Here's the
checklist.
checklist, here's the
That's
checklist.
a
I bet it's a PDF.
hammer them.
I agree, I
Yeah.
agree. Now is the prime time for sure.
I've got a speakers coaching client, $3 million house that is gone.
Yeah.
You know, how- Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we were supposed to meet Tuesday and supposed to meet yesterday. We texted yesterday and said, yeah, I have no house, so.
To get
Probably
anything out
about
of
a
it,
year.
they for the saving your
Couldn't
things.
say.
Well, let's move to infrastructure, it's a broad category. Lots of things fall under infrastructure. But let's hear what your top three are.
You know, they're all of the above.
Yeah. Did you not know that among everything else, we are also an electric?
Water, sewer, electric.
That's not a problem.
No, I'm.
Usually, but it's used sidewalk and pavement interchangeably.
I'm not sure.
Sidewalk and pavement?
Are they the same for you?
No, they're two separate plans. We have a sidewalk plan and a,
Oh, you're talking about asphalt
Street.
Okay.
Victoria, what's PRD?
it's a pressure reducing valve, part of the main water system.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And number 3 and number 5 are the last two we need to do, and then the whole system will have been upgraded in 10 years. And those are at, 4th and Railroad and out by, the other one is out by, wait a minute. It's so weird because they're numbered west to east, but our streets are the opposite. So it'd be there and then over by, the quilt store, somewhere like out there.
Okay. Let's start with Mayor Pro Tem Williams.
Actively pursue funding for the construction of stormwater improvements, which that includes complete the design of stormwater improvements in third.
You got them both in there?
Dewatering, blower and odor control. Yes, related to that. Actually, all of them, everything here.
I know, right?
You know, because this is where the money goes and. Yeah, and then upgrade the sidewalk near the owner. So that I mean, I just got to list it.
Okay.
You know, I mean, that also runs into the Safe Streets for All study.
If you're thinking 15 months wise, yeah, it's a good way to, some of these.
And with that, I'm at those three.
Trustee Daddy?
Yeah, this is a hard list to narrow down. But I would definitely start with upgrading the sidewalk near the elementary school, but I feel like that is phase 1 of Safe Streets for All studies, so I think those two go together.
We haven't got, well, we haven't seen the
We
results
haven't,
yet.
yeah, but like at that presentation. So
It's a.
So you know.
workshop.
yeah, I know, I'm like,
The
I feel
rest
like
of
those,
us
I feel
don't.
like those are together. Completing the design of the water and blower and maybe odor control components of the wastewater treatment plant.
Trustee Browning?
Number 1, I put complete the wastewater treatment plant. Improvements or fixes because we have to do that. It's not really an option. It's just a question of how much we do. Number 2, upgrade the sidewalk near the elementary school. And I put number 3, other, allocate the half-cent sales tax increase to streets and sidewalks.
Hold on, where, is that another?
I put under other, decide what we're gonna do with the half-cent tax and
Okay.
allocate it to streets and
Yeah.
sidewalks.
Yeah.
Trustee Wall?
Yeah, I had number 1 with a bullet, the wastewater treatment facility improvements. Number 2, the Apple Valley waterline detection study and assessment. And 3 is the pursue funding for the stormwater improvements.
Okay. Trustee Dolan?
Number 1, pursue funding for construction of stormwater improvements. Number 2, upgrade sidewalk near the elementary school. And 3, complete an Apple Valley waterline leak detection study.
Trustee Hamrick?
I'll be consistent. Number 1 is other. And you guys have heard me say enough. I think we need a good, sound, long-term capital plan for our infrastructure. So we know how to prepare for that. And then the rest of it, I'm probably not terribly well informed to make decisions, but I think certainly wastewater treatment plant, investing in that. And then what we saw with the stormwater and the open box culvert and the risks there. So those are kind of 2 of the same things that 2 other priorities.
Yeah.
I'm with Dave about the plan. I think we need to create an infrastructure roadmap for at least the next 5 years. Because we have so, as you can see, we have so many infrastructure projects facing us. We need to create a roadmap that includes funding opportunities so we can determine what is feasible to do and then prioritize. Other than that, the sidewalk near the elementary school, I just wanna say it's not upgrading. There is no sidewalk. It is installing a
Right,
sidewalk.
install.
Yeah, there's not even a crosswalk, and I live on that block flow, so I see twice a day when school's in how incredibly dangerous it is, especially with ice and snow, and the guys do a great job clearing the ice and snow, but boy, safety first. Pursuing funding for the construction of stormwater improvements, and then, yes, the wastewater treatment facility.
I'm really in agreement on what both of you said. To me, that's more important than a strategic plan.
Yeah.
You know, or a comprehensive plan.
And I'll just say, within each of those areas, there are existing plans on most of this stuff.
Yeah.
Right, but they're so
Maybe it needs to be
dispersed.
consolidated and
Yeah,
bullet pointed, but there's.
And they're in a 50-page wastewater treatment. That's stuff I don't understand, but.
But yeah, that's the stuff I'd like to be handing to other boards is
yeah.
we have this over because, yeah, you know, we've been hit with these things that keep me up at night.
I think we probably need to consolidate them and bullet point them.
But they're different funding sources, so it's
Right,
kind
but-
of hard.
Yeah.
We
But
can't
once you get
mix.
into that, then you're into the.
But that's fine. If we have a plan and then the funding's a different discussion, in my opinion. I mean, because
You do
there's
that.
lots of funding options.
Mhm.
I mean, we can go after Greg anyway.
And-
But at least knowing what the expectation of things need to be replaced and having that, you know, this is
Yeah,
a
our-
10-year item, this is a 3-year item, this is a 30-year item.
Outside of the individual, like wastewater and the stormwater master plans and all those, you'd like to see, the closest, what we do from staff level is when we budget, you have the next year column and then you have 5 years.
Yeah,
That's where we put them. But that's not, I understand you want something more detailed, they're all together, but.
It's like a 5-year capital investment plan.
yeah,
And I'll be glad to put my money where my mouth is and help Cassie,
Yeah.
because I've done this stuff at CU, which just to get the visibility of, hey, we got expensive stuff here, we need to be setting money aside. Or really it forces a discussion, how do you fund it?
yeah,
Whether it's
Especially stormwater.
taxation or through saving, you know, reserves in the budget or whatever, going after grants.
It really is helpful, when we do the budget stuff, it's really helpful to see that.
Yeah,
3-year thing.
for sure.
I really
Yeah.
love that.
Yeah.
That's very helpful.
I think
Did
it was
we get
especially-
everybody? Did we get everybody?
Yeah,
Are we missing one? No?
Trustee Long?
No, I thought it was especially telling when we had the discussion on the wastewater treatment plant. And I think it was Aaron who said, yeah, at best, this is gonna last 20 years. We're gonna get you. So
Goes fast.
10 boards down the line, they're gonna be faced with some.
they're gonna be like, why did that board do that?
and can I ask, I mean, and maybe this only applies to me, but I feel like I'm terribly ignorant when it comes to infrastructure, so doing some kind of drive-by or look at things.
We'd love to. I'll
Just-
take you on a
So why
tour.
don't we get you a helmet, a pair of gloves and a green
We'll send
cap?
you
Did you,
down.
did you not go to the wastewater plant for a tour? You did?
The main storm drainage.
You were, Victoria, Dave has never been inside the wastewater treatment plant. We gotta change that for you. I'm not coming.
And the water pumps.
A special
drainage
trip
challenge.
just for you.
Just for Dave.
I've been there.
No,
Yeah,
even
you
looking at
were.
stormwater issue, I mean, just.
That was so
We're happy
bad.
to, happy to, Aaron would be glad to. Anytime you want to,
I still
just
think
let
that
us
guy's
know.
sitting there.
Okay, look, sounds like we have some.
All day, every day.
I know.
Yeah,
I remember you during that tour. I remember you go.
Complete the wastewater
Well, I don't
treatment.
know.
Yeah, wastewater
I
treatment
replaced part
facility
of it a
upgrades.
couple months ago.
So it looks like, complete the design of the wastewater treatment plant, the funding of the construction for stormwater improvements, sidewalk, the elementary
Well,
school.
Elementary, yeah.
And then I think, looking at a 5-year capital investment plan.
I'd say 20, 30 years. No, seriously. Because so many items are big ticket items that have 20-year life expectancy, so we should at least put those out there.
Can we do like a combo, do you think, like 5, 10, 20? Because so much can change.
I
20 years?
modeled this stuff and I could show, that's what.
Yeah.
With Cassie and stuff, because there's a lot of assumptions that go in, so you want to
Yeah.
build those, variability into the model, so as those assumptions change, it affects the model. But And who cares what happens in 20 years? I mean, well, but at least to say, this item probably has a life expectancy, which means it costs $1 million. We need to start putting 50K aside each year.
Yeah.
You know, for that. Not that, we may choose not to do that, but at least we know the clock's ticking.
Yeah, having that visibility into the cost is great.
And then, Dr. Cog actually has assigned a couple people to be actively helping you look for specific grants. So Tracy has reached out.
To, Paul, to sign this law.
Yay, and there, you know, well, you guys know, we applied for it. We will focus specifically on stormwater funding. It's hard. I think that's gonna have to be a really big, like FEMA, hazard mitigation grant in the millions and millions of dollars, or congressionally directed funding. You okay? Mm-hmm, okay.
Yeah, I mean, in that area, you even identified.
I know, we
6
do it all the
years ago,
time.
that the drainage channel down the center of Old Town was #1 priority, but then, and ever since, I looked at it, at that time, I think it was a $6 million estimate, they said, we all know it needs to be done, we all know it's a tough part of it, there's just no way.
But at $10 per household per month, it's not gonna happen.
No.
Right, right.
So I think our latest stormwater numbers, you know, we started, I don't know how many years ago that was, 2018 maybe we did that one, icon study. It was 26 million of needs in 2018 money.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So what,
Hmm.
what Virginia's talking about is that Dr. Cog has an agreement with the state of Colorado to provide regional grant navigation services for the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and also the Inflation Reduction Act funds. And it's a program we've been running for about 2 years.
Yeah.
And we're looking at going into the 3rd year. And the purpose of that is exactly to take this list and match it up with programs in the IIJA and the IRA. And then, you know, identify grant opportunities for you to apply for.
How much longer are those funds
Yeah.
gonna be in existence?
That is
And
the
that's not a
question.
political
No,
question.
ARPA goes away, you know, the state is really focused on the ARPA money stops now. They have till the end of this month, period.
IIJA, we anticipate there won't be any changes in that for at least 18 months. So the funding should still be reliable and available.
And with congressionally directed spending, who knows?
Yeah.
I don't know on that one either.
Right.
That's why I was making those noises. It was
Okay.
just making me like, oh geez, we don't know what's.
So
gonna
then, I know there were top 3, but you guys did have, if you recall, you kind, when you did your planning the first time around, economic development came in kind of as a 4th area that several of you had important. So now if the housing is gonna change a little bit, maybe it's good I put it on here. So if you wanna take a look at economic development, oh, you can put an other there, sorry, missed the other for David.
Who would like to
Let me
create a
tell you
plan?
why economic development is important, because at the very end of 2023, Dr. Cog completed a comprehensive economic development strategy for the entire region called the CEDS, CEDS. It was accepted and approved by the U.S. Economic Development Administration as part of the U.S. Department of Commerce. And what that means is that any unit of local government in the Dr. Cog region is eligible now to apply for EDA funding. You couldn't do that without an accepted CEDS. The other thing that we're in the middle of doing right now is pursuing designation as an economic development district. That's different than Metro Denver EDC and what they do and what you know, Boulder EDC does. An EDD goes way upstream and looks at, as you all have been doing this morning, what needs to be in place at the community level in order for economic development efforts to be successful. You cannot attract industry if you do not have the water and power and development site locations for them, right? It's just not feasible. Well, EDCs don't concern themselves with all those. And like an economic development district does. So that's what DRCOG is pursuing. It also will bring some funding to DRCOG in the region from the EDA that will allow us to provide some additional technical assistance to our local government members in terms of EDA programming and grants and funding and that type of thing. So if, as you identify anything that might be eligible for EDA funding, DRCOG is there to write a letter of support for the program as long as it is consistent with our comprehensive economic development strategy. That's available online at DRCOG. We intentionally wrote it relatively broad, but we do have benchmarks that we've included. We do have targets that we're looking at hitting. And so, you know, we're there to partner with you on economic development. So with that in mind, we're gonna run through the same exercise with economic development here, your top three, and include another line if you're so inclined, and go from there.
Was the Eastern Corridor sewer line an EDA grant,
Yes,
2 million something?
and we've thought about it for the south side. Because right now Tamburello's bid to bore under the highway is $500,000. And he said if he has to do that, he can't do his project.
Which is always made me wonder why he's doing the south side first, but I never have understood.
Anyway, so, yeah, I have reached out. Philip Strom was the lead on that EDA grant for us. And Tracy's reaching out to him to see if we could do something similar on the south side.
That's because it right against one property, that's the problem. I mean, there's other properties there. but
I think,
none of them are-
yeah, I think, if you recall, Mr. Vasquez at one time asked about annexation, but we didn't have contiguity at that point.
Yeah.
And then the Dirk's Corner is a prime corner as well, if ever that was.
Yeah, but.
But yeah, for now, that's why he's saying, if he has to do the sole cost, he can.
We love that about you, Dave.
Hopefully.
Oh, yeah, no, comparatively, I feel amazing. Are you?
Thank you.
Running again, so I,
Thank you,
Oh,
Erin.
thanks, Erin.
Thanks, Erin. The bulk water system.
Oh,
What happens is people come and if they're not familiar with it, they'll punch in how many gallons they want. And then they don't need that many.
Just overflows.
And then it just starts overflowing. And so if it's the last one put in like, gosh, it was like, they
Another
put in
zero.
5,000 instead of 500.
Oh,
And so
God.
it will just keep running until it hits that 5,000.
There's no override button, they can.
There's a button they can push, but it's so much time, I think, until it comes back on or something when they buy it.
Okay, so we're gonna reverse things and I'm gonna start with the mayor this time.
Okay, evaluate and adopt public financing tools for business development. Complete the annexation and initial development in the Eastern Corridor and support businesses with brownfield assessment and cleanup.
Trustee Delman,
Complete the annexation and initial development of the Eastern Corridor. Improve walkability in the downtown area and support formation of the urban renewal district in the Eastern Corridor.
Trustee Lowell,
I had retain all contributing businesses, complete annexation of the eastern corridor, and adopt a local preference policy.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Complete the annexation and initial development of the eastern corridor, which I think for me also includes an urban renewal district in the eastern corridor. Evaluate and adopt public financing tools for business development, which I think also focuses on retaining businesses. And then I actually think that implementing the wayfinding signage is important in a lot of ways for town. I think it's a very visual, visible sign of how is working.
Trustee Browning,
I've got number one also, complete annexation and initial development of the eastern corridor, but I have reservations about the feasibility of a URA district out there. And both, number 2 and 3 were both others. Number 2 is try to make sure the hotel happens. Number 3 is, underground 3-phase power downtown.
Oh, and that was over, oh, okay.
That was our infrastructure.
Yeah, that's okay, that's both, it's both.
Trustee Dan,
Yep, for me, completing the annexation and initial development of the eastern quarter includes residential zoning and behind the T-Row property and possibly urban renewal. I also believe strongly in the wayfinding signage. We've spent a lot of time doing that feasibility study, and there is a real need for clear signage along Highway 36 there. And also retaining all contributing businesses in the commercial corridor and ensuring that they are contributing their sales tax. Just wanted to add that in there.
Trustee
In
Henry,
particular, you got that.
Oh, yeah.
I got a
I had number 1 is conduct a business leakage study.
Oh, yeah.
And you may wonder, what the heck? But I feel like, for one personally, I drive the Longmont every day to get something. And I thought if we had those things here, we knew why people were driving the Longmont. It would help to encourage businesses that wanted to relocate, to move here as to what services they could provide. And I'm saying this because I had this discussion about the hole in the ground over here and talking with Sarah about potential hardware store, and I thought, how would our general store? So anyway, so figuring out what are the needs, because it seems like we have so many niche kind of businesses in town that I never shop downtown because there's nothing I need. So
You
anyway,
never buy a gift for your wife, David?
no.
We need to have a discussion around that.
So anyway, so somehow figuring out what the needs of local people are, and that stuff here, so people spend money here. That's, and then, and kind of along the same lines, I put in other, we need, and I've said this before, look at opportunities to drive more retail versus service.
Yeah.
We have too many in, real estate offices downtown. Anyway, we need something that attracts people that go down there and spend money, and prime example, so.
Everybody?
that was everybody.
We're all over.
Well, this seems to be complete the annexation is
Yeah.
kind of the
And that's it.
general support kind of statement. And then look at the urban renewal district as well, received some support, but other than that, you are pretty well split. So let's talk about the others, the hotel development, the 3-phase and the opportunities to drive retail and services. Those are strong suggestions. What do the rest of you think about those?
I'm concerned about the hotel development. If you look at the market yesterday,
Yeah.
the market yesterday did not respond well to the fact that likely we're not gonna see additional drops in the interest rate. And, in talking with Edna and Agnes,
They're doing the hotel.
if there's not the investments that they're expecting, and they're just as gung ho about it as I ever. They're positive thinkers by nature, but I'm really concerned about that.
I am too, and I don't think there's anything the town can do
Not a thing.
to mitigate that.
We can't control their investment, they can't control their investment.
No.
Yeah, they can.
I don't know, I don't have anything specific to suggest in terms of,
Supporting them.
we've already used the URA to get them.
Several.
Tax increment financing. that kind
Yeah,
of
we've
stuff.
done everything we possibly
Yeah,
can.
and made some infrastructure modifications and that kind of thing. I don't know if we can do within our capability, but it's gotta be kept in mind. I think of something, and there's still an important education, and there's an amazing amount of resistance to the hotel. The Change of looking at it too big. I think there's, I don't know how educate people to say, damn, that's gonna crater if this doesn't happen. Try it. and
There was,
keep butting my head against the same wall. We got restaurant owners a block and a half from the hotel site that say, I don't want a hotel, it's too big.
They just don't like the size, but because it's gonna be 3-story. But to make it work at all, they're saying they have to have that number of rooms.
Right.
Well, and I think there are some people who will just, no matter how much information they have, will just never change their minds. And that has, nothing we can do about that.
and I think that, I know that was that is a frustration of theirs.
Sure.
Is
Yeah.
that before the interest rates shot up, the opposition was slowing things down. I mean, even to things as little as the size of the Marriott sign that was gonna be there, that particular one just infuriated them.
Yeah.
That was a focus at a point when they still had the possibility to get approval of getting the money, and they certainly don't wanna see that happen again. That's the only real frustration I've heard them speak, toward the town specifically related to.
Is there any, I suspect I know the answer, any state or federal dollars that could help buy down interest rates and get it, I mean, this is so critical to our town, and I just thought with all the incentive dollars out there, if there's a way to buy down the interest rate to
You
spur
might wanna
investment.
have a conversation with the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority. They do more than just housing. They also do commercial things, and I'm not
Interesting.
sure what all programs they have in their toolkit available, but I know Chaffa does create some commercial opportunities at times.
Cause it would just jumpstart the whole town economically.
It would, that's interesting.
Well, it's always nice to use other people's money.
Yeah.
Well, and not throwing money, that's why I thought a buy down of interest rates is, cause they're waiting for it to drop a 0.5% or whatever the number is. So do that math over 20, 30-year note, probably not.
It's significant.
I mean,
It's not insignificant.
it dropped the amount that they
They
initially
needed.
wanted incrementally, but the question is how their institutional investors read
A long time.
going
Right.
forward. Not,
Yeah.
I don't know,
The math,
fair enough.
And the drop in the Federal Reserve rate isn't reflected in sort of private mortgage rates, and home mortgage rates, and I don't think in commercial financing, so
Right.
where that goes, I don't know, I think that's.
I don't know what other choices we have, but I thought if
I don't
there's some money out there that could help jumpstart it, that would be important.
But the opposition to the hotel is, it is an issue, but, what any of the mountain resort communities will tell you is that 80% of their sales tax are generated by people who don't live there.
Yeah.
And when you have that kind
Yeah.
of sales tax
And a lot of-
revenue generation that other people
Yeah.
are paying for, along with the residents, it makes it a little easier. Lyons doesn't have that essentially to point to. Although you can with your sales tax revenues in the summer, when you're hosting a lot of the festivals.
Well, but see,
But
We can
that's
do the
somebody's
financial
right.
modeling.
We redid our lodging tax already, looking at the hotel.
Yeah.
and project.
And I think what people need to understand too in the public is that the way we get these infrastructure projects done is
Increasing sales.
increasing these taxes.
And not necessarily that coming from their pocket.
You may not,
Right.
we have 5 wedding venues, but nowhere for their guests to sleep.
Wow.
They are bused back to Longmont and
Yeah.
Boulder to sleep and
Yeah.
eat breakfast the next morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we
Yeah.
have, what, 2+ million people driving through every year.
Yeah.
That don't stop, and we gotta figure out a way.
Right.
And that gets into, do we have the right goods and services for them to stop?
Parking,
But
Do we have
there's
the correct
there's some
signage?
issues with that, but
well.
Yeah.
To
If
stop
we can
that
get-
parking,
I think the
1%
time
of
to
stop.
street changed that.
we don't have any.
People have a time to be there now. And-
So
but
do we
made those-
wanna change where we are with these priorities? Because we've got the annexation, that's definite, but, you know, I'm hearing that there is really strong interest in supporting the hotel development and driving retail opportunities.
We all
Which is
understand
like
that the hotel is gonna be the primary driver of the downtown economy. I don't know what we can do. When they started, were we talking 3 to 4% interest rates when this was first proposed?
I have a question about the Chaffa money.
Yeah.
The potential Chaffa money. Is that a relationship between the hotel developers in Chaffa or the town of Chaffa?
No, the hotel developer in China,
Okay,
but the town could facilitate the conversation.
Oh,
we should
would love
write
to.
letters of support.
would love to facilitate a
I wrote
conversation.
I wrote for agencies. I'll reach out to, if this is one you want me to do, Chaffa, OEDIT, EDA and SBDA. and
Let's
see
do
if
whatever we
I
can.
was gonna ask about
Anything.
EDA.
Help piece together. I have them
Yeah.
on here.
We'll have to look at how their programs are targeted, but they're into workforce development and hotel development would create jobs.
Yeah, they have a
You know,
PowerPoint.
it's-
at home.
there's always a way to deal with the EDA.
And it might be helpful too to contact the Metro Denver Chamber of Commerce because they cover this region, which a lot of people
Right.
don't know.
Right.
And our local chamber doesn't, I think, have the resources to take something like this on.
How does our EVC interface with any of this? Economic vitality.
They actually, when the hotel came, they and the chamber, I think that's part of the problem, was they both didn't understand the long-term impacts. They got stuck on the 3-story and they both voted against it.
Yeah, they wrote letters in
Has
opposition.
the membership of that changed in the ensuing 4 years?
I'd have to
The
go and
chamber
look.
ultimately expressed sort of tepid support, but.
Oh, maybe, but
Well-
it wasn't overwhelming like.
But I feel like today that has changed, don't you think?
No, I haven't seen
You don't think
any.
the EBC is in support of the hotel? I think the chamber is.
It's time to.
Well, if those organizations are now in support, it would
Yeah,
be
they're
great to
being-
have letters from them indicating that.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I can ask the chamber for a letter. Will you ask the EBC for a letter?
Well, we need to educate them.
Yeah.
It is,
For your.
they're worried about the look of it versus the driver. The driver, it will be for the rest of the restaurants in the mornings and night and for activities at the bars at night. And
They've been too focused. Short term.
it's time to,
yeah.
But we
Yeah.
put a letter of support, I guess for this funding, is that what you're saying?
Well, who knows? I
if you
mean,
go to these entities and help them facilitate that if they see that. Maybe the town takes the lead. Maybe we take the lead on writing a letter.
This is off the top of my head and total ignorance, but is there a possibility of EDA assistance in the form of
Utilities.
to the town for infrastructure and utilities?
Yes.
Because there is a significant amount of that associated with the hotel.
Yes, and there
If
is
the
quite a
town-
bit of funding in IIJA for that as well.
If the town could find a grant for that, and reduce that cost.
And
to
their
the
sprinkler
hotel,
system and things like that.
Might that
yeah.
I'm not sure about
be a
spring.
deal maker?
Well, that's why I think the wildfire money might reimburse for sprinkler systems. Might be a way to look at that.
Okay, so we have, you wanna?
Yeah, I have these three, East Corridor
Support the hotel development.
and business support. For the URA, I'm sorry, the URA. So those,
And that may not go.
That one's been discussed a bunch and I've done a lot of discussion on that and that one's a
He doesn't, yeah, that's not fully
complicated.
supported. It's only 3. What about these? What about installing 3-phase power?
I threw that out there just because we have an item in the budget this year, and that's all I would suggest doing, that, make sure that gets done. And,
Okay.
future. That's really a roll of the dice and a gamble. If you do that, will they come? Not that anybody knows, I don't profess to know, but because we have an existing budget item for part of that, I think that's step one and see what happens with that. I wouldn't take it beyond that at the moment. There's not enough support for it. That should be on there. We got a lot of businesses that don't need three-phase power, so the initial off the cuff reaction is not gonna help but 2 or 3 businesses downtown. But long-term, what businesses might you attract or retain 10 years from now if you've got it?
Perhaps it is part of the long-term infrastructure plan.
Yeah,
Okay,
Do we have a preference policy for local businesses?
No.
They're bringing one forward for your consideration, but
What does that mean?
that means that if you go out for bid on something
Oh,
and
okay.
they're with someone locals within a certain percentage. Brandon has researched, as a home rural community, we cannot have a local preference policy on retail. We can have it on service. And so that is on your January 21st or February 3rd. The EVC wants to bring one forward for consideration. I just want to throw this out there. You know, we've had lots and lots of, over the years, talk about the visitor center. Well, I know it's not a
It was number 4
priority.
for me.
I know it's not a priority, but we do kind of need to think about what to do with that. I recently heard from one of our commissions that they said, too bad you don't have funding to buy Zen Golds and make that our welcome center.
Oh.
Yeah, right there at the intersection next to Circle K, so those people would run
That
over.
would be a
It's a
great
logical
spot.
place.
That is a very logical
Yeah.
place. And I thought that was a kind of a great idea, because it's a nice, it's new inside,
Yeah.
but it's small, it's very small. But could really serve, I don't want to call it a visitor center necessarily, because
A welcome to
I
Lyme.
Welcome
want it
center.
to be
A welcome
welcome,
center.
because we don't want them to drive through, you know, I mean, we gotta get them to welcome to town, stay here. But anyway, that was kind of an interesting idea to me, and then maybe we have more leverage on that west half of Sandstone Park
Mhm.
to do something.
Well, what I've always heard from the EDC and the chamber is how silly and irrelevant it feels to have the visitor center on the way home, basically. on the
Yeah,
east,
of course,
as
it's a
opposed to having
one-way.
it on the western direction. Like, they're like, that would be like the perfect location.
It
Even
would.
for Gateway, to, the Gateway to Lions, that, the signage that we wanted, the entrance to Lions,
The
I don't know.
wayfinding sign.
the way, I don't know, how do we find funding
I know,
to buy this
You could probably,
property?
I think about the Estes Park Visitor Center, of course,
Mm-hmm.
it's much closer to Rocky Mountain
Yeah.
National Park, but they have, what's the
Activities.
organization there? Rocky Mountain Conservancy,
Yeah.
whatever, they have a shop there.
yeah,
Where they pass out information and maps and they sell
Mhm.
your coffee mugs and all that stuff.
That's
So
what we're
maybe there's a logical
Yeah.
partnership
Yeah.
there. I just think our current visitor center is kind of sad.
I do too, I don't think it
Oh,
reflects.
it's nothing but it's a rest stop for mountain bikers.
That's all it is.
That's all it is. I don't know. What is the staffing on there during the summer?
In the summer, from Memorial Day to Labor Day, we just have staffing on the week. We have it Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
It's just a dark and
But it-
dingy
but-
place.
but-
Whoever put those glass blocks in instead of a window made a huge.
Well,
It's a weird brutalist.
If
piece
you
of
know the
architecture
background of the
in our town.
building, it was supposed to have a sandstone facade over the coating. And then they ran out of money.
Yeah,
And people mostly stop for the restrooms, correct?
yes.
Yes, pretty much, because anymore, this is what people use to
Right,
find what they
For
want.
sure, for sure.
This is what they do. They have a map, they have all the info they want.
Mhm.
But nonetheless, that was kind of brought up, and it was kind of interesting because we talked about the west end of Sandstone. Maybe could be utilized differently somewhere along the way. But
maybe that's something you put in your 5-year capital investment strategy.
Well, and Mark has a good idea about possibly bringing it, and I've heard this idea too with the chamber and the EBC, is having it more centrally located, like downtown.
of course,
So I'm thinking of that development, that we're all talking about. I know they want to build retail on the bottom and offices on the top, but how awesome would it be to have a piece of that, a corner of that, be like a welcome center?
If there were parking.
But there's parking in behind.
well, here's the thing that has changed, that since we went to timed entry at the national park. It has helped us so significantly with traffic through town, because you remember it used to back all the way
Oh,
past
yeah.
3666. When we went to timed entry, now the traffic is steady every hour, all day. It's wonderful from that perspective.
Right.
The thing is, if now I have to be there at a certain time, we've now created this thing where people aren't going to stop on their way to the national park. They're gonna drive through and go, what a cute little town, let's stop on the way home.
Yeah.
We've added 50 parking stalls headed that way on your way home. So the visitor center could actually, where it's at now anyway, we maybe need to just rebrand it and start looking at it as another opportunity instead of trying to maybe say to people, stop on your way back, instead of,
Stop and linger.
yeah, stop and linger. Maybe we just need to do a little rebranding with it until we have more money, because now we have 50 parking stalls there.
Yep.
Maybe we spend a little bit to do something to the outside of that building so it doesn't look so darn dreary.
And the inside.
It would not take much, it's small.
Yeah.
I'll be curious to see the usage of those parking places during the summer.
It's gonna be interesting,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm kind of watching it at the off season, but that's not really.
No, it's not.
But I think
And I'm
that's
gonna,
Okay,
well, this
we're good.
will close,
timed entry.
Okay.
because we don't have time to continue this conversation.
It has
We've
changed,
got our
it
priorities,
has changed.
we need to get to the last item on the agenda.
Okay, so on economic development, okay. And the bottom one is really, is more, if, my understanding from the board is if Tamburello chooses to pursue it, we're interested. If not, that's not, I'm not focusing my time.
Yeah.
Okay. On the URA out east, because
They're out in the meeting,
that he would
doing
make,
a single,
that's what I meant.
limited property URA, but.
That's why I put it as an urban renewal district. It would be just for him.
Yeah.
Right now, anyway, in the next 15 months, I don't think you wanna. Okay, yeah, she said you needed a half hour for this.
Yeah. Thank you for your patience, Flo.
I told you I was gonna be mean. You're so.
Yeah, I don't think you're being mean enough.
Okay, so, high performance boards, high functioning boards. Let me tell you a really quick story. When I started at Dr. Cog in 2013, the organization was fragmented, fractured, and dysfunctional. At the board level, and to some extent at the staff level, because it filtered down to the staff.
How many are on that board?
Big board.
We have 59 members of the Dr. Cog Board.
I know, you're my alternate, Mark, anytime you wanna go.
So you think you've got problems? And we've got Boulder and Douglas County sitting at the table. So ideological sworn enemies. Things weren't working, so our executive director brought on an organization development specialist. That was their field of study, and they took our board through a governance exercise. And at the same time, they also worked with staff in developing balanced scorecards and, you know, how we could bring information to the board that established the trust and respect mutually between staff and board in both directions, right? But also importantly, at the board table itself, because we didn't have that. And when you throw something like $500 million of transportation funding in the middle of that, it's like gasoline on a bonfire. So we went through the transportation investment program. At the board level, there was blood on the floor afterwards, and the staff looked at each other and go, we're never doing that again. So it's like, you know, how do we come to terms with that? Short story forward fast is that there were 6 governance principles that were adopted by our board of directors. They were adopted unanimously. Of the 6, there's only one that anybody can ever remember and that everybody always cites. And so when we have an onboarding with new board members that join the Dr. Cog board, you know, they get infused with all of this. But the one governance principle is the board speaks with one voice or not at all. That's a powerful principle, because what that means is that, you know, if the decision is 50% plus 1, the 49 minus 1 can't go out the door and second guess the decision. It's the decision of the board. The board speaks with one voice and not at all. We have had now, and I will say since about 2017, a high function board for Dr. Cog. The basis is respect. That we look to create opportunities for social interaction with our board. But I'm happy to say that there's as much respect that your Boulder County Commissioner shows to the Douglas County Commissioner as the Douglas County Commissioner shows the Boulder County Commissioner, right? And everybody in between. And so it's understanding that I like you as a person. I really disagree with you. Here's why. And then I expect to be able to sit and listen to why you would say, I understand where you're coming from. I still disagree with you and here's why. Okay? It's okay to disagree. But respect has to be the foundation of it because it's respect that builds trust. And trust has to flow not just around this board table, but it also has to flow to staff. Because your staff takes the policy that you set and makes it happen, right? And that's the proper level of governance, is at the policy level. And so we're very respectful of our board of directors. We give our directors a lot of runway, you know, but we provide them with strong, solid information and data, and that's not ever questioned, right? So that's one of the things that we have to have. So my question to you is, as an individual trustee for the town of Lyons, what is the single most important thing in your mind that creates an element of a high functioning board of trustees? Just one. Just one. Shout it out.
Policy governance,
Policy governance.
right, having a policy governance board. Specifically, in my opinion, a Carver policy governance board.
I'm sorry, what?
Carver policy governance board is a particular kind of policy governance board.
I'm not
On the
familiar.
work of, John Carver, William Carver. Carver's a name.
When I started at Dr. Cog, we couldn't talk about affordable housing and we couldn't talk about economic vitality. The only thing they wanted to talk about was aging and transportation. Oh yeah, the state makes us do regional planning. Kind of rolling their eyes, right? Now, the board has unanimously endorsed our comprehensive economic development strategy. They unanimously told us to pursue the EVD designation. Unanimously, not a 50% plus one, unanimous. When we said we were going to develop a regional housing needs assessment, followed by a regional housing strategy, the board said unanimously, make it happen.
All 59.
Policy. It's like, you make it happen. They looked at staff and you make it happen. Keep us in the loop. So we're always going back and telling them what's happening so they know. We brought in the managers so they know what's happening in terms of regional housing and in terms of economic development. But it's information.
Policy for a lot of folks is not a particularly helpful term. Another way to put it is that the board focuses on the ends of the organization and the staff focuses on the means of the organization. The board determines what it is, what are the big rocks you want to move, and then gives staff direction to move them. Carver policy governs specifically, then holds the CEO accountable for that. And the board's only interaction with staff is through the CEO. Which in our case would be a town administrator, in my opinion.
Okay, what else?
Openness. I think we all have differing backgrounds and different opinions on topics, but I think, just being open for dialogue and changing your opinion or not?
What else?
Well, I have something that you said from the very beginning, that I think speaks to active listening, which was listen to understand and not to respond. So I think and maybe that speaks to openness, but I find it really helpful when I can hear what everybody else thinks first before making a decision.
Okay, listening to understand. What else?
Respect.
What does that mean to you?
Well, it's sort of a combination of all of the above, actually. But it is, listening to understand and, treating each other with professionalism.
Okay,
Can we add civility to respect, or is that separate?
Sure, we can add it. I think it's that it's like on the same world.
what else?
How about no scorekeeping?
I'm sorry?
No scorekeeping. In other words, I won, you lost.
I like that one a lot. Really like that. We're all in this together, right? What else? Anything else?
I have one.
Yeah.
Empathy. I think no matter what we're discussing, we always have to come in with empathy. For our community, for each other, for our staff. We're human.
Okay. So with that in mind, we've got about 13 minutes. You have a sheet in front of you that it contains directions. It's a self-evaluation instrument, right? And the instructions are there. All of these are gonna be held in confidence. I'm the only one that's gonna see these sheets. Right? I'll take them and I will average the scores, and the only thing that you will get back are the average scores, right? And if anyone wants to, make comments, you can make that, but I'll probably take those comments and put them in my voice. So they're truly anonymous. So take the rest of the time. Do put your name on this.
Do or don't.
I'm sorry?
Well,
Do
your
or
score
don't
will be
put
on
your
it.
name on it.
Yeah,
Do.
I don't think it will.
It's only on the first
Because you're
page, is
doing
there a
your
place to
own.
put the name? I actually put mine at the top. Mine's done.
Yeah,
I'm
mine
just gonna put
Mine's
mine
done.
on.
So they have themselves.
Hey, girl.
Yeah.
Did your
I thought it
homework.
was homework.
Yeah.
Oh, do we score
Yeah, we should
ourselves
have
too?
yes, you score yourself too.
Okay.
So this is
Yeah.
the- this is-
Score yourself
this is the
too.
preamble.
I even gave myself a comment in the third
I'm just
person.
allowed
I
And
do
if it's,
too.
Yeah.
if it's easier, I can make a separate, I mean, you can pull that off so you can look at.
I'll pull it off and restaple
So if
it.
you don't understand how this works, each section has, governance, 1, 2, 3. So then you look at how that's described and put the score in 1 to 4 or any. But, so some people are done, some
They've done it?
you want them to work on it.
So you do want our name at the top?
Yes.
Okay.
When the nonprofit I ran, at first I didn't put their name on it. We didn't. It's
Kind of
of
like
course,
anonymous
of course.
input.
You want that page.
Doesn't get
like,
the. Yeah.
particularly good.
Are you done already?
I did it.
Oh, okay.
They did homework.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was homework.
I actually emailed Dolores to see if we were supposed to do it at home or here, and I didn't hear back, so I didn't.
Well, before,
I just cracked it.
can we talk about the recording of this meeting? Whether they're gonna post it?
Do you want,
Yeah.
so you're gonna have a couple that might need a little more time?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm fine
You
with
can-
staying.
if you
I'm
wanna
gonna
stay after
I'm
and
gonna
do it.
stay after to do it.
I'm fine.
So you wanna wrap up otherwise?
Yeah,
The mayor
so-
wants to talk about whether or not, or he needs one.
Yeah, so, there was a question before the meeting about whether we were gonna live stream this meeting or not. Obviously, it's a public meeting, right? The public was welcome to attend and, nobody chose to attend in person. So the meeting has been recorded and, because it wasn't noticed as being live streamed in time, it wasn't live streamed. But, so we have a recording and the question before the board is, do we want to post the recording of this meeting to our YouTube channel?
So let me just say, when I was sitting here, I had a email from Susan McCann Garrett,
Yeah.
who says that she can't get into the meeting.
It's not live streamed.
So I would,
She's confused about whether we're still doing Zoom or not.
yeah, I know, but she was particular to this meeting as well. So the question is, sure, do you want to live stream? I'm understanding it's going to go to her.
All of them.
Possibly the next issue coming up next week.
Yeah, the question is, do we want to post the recording on our YouTube channel?
Sure, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I just wanted to, I didn't want to make an executive decision about this.
Well, I mean, do we even have a choice?
Yeah.
This-
You don't have to, but you don't have to post it, it's recorded. We have never, retreats typically have been more like an executive, not an executive session, they're open to the public. Anybody can come. It's just, it hasn't been where you can see who's there and it kind of,
Yeah, and I mean, this wasn't a question, pre-COVID, pre-streaming everything, I don't think it was as much of a thing to even think about. But since we do have a recording, the question is, do we want to post it?
I have no issue posting it.
Mark?
What's up, what?
posting the meeting.
That you're recording
Oh.
this
It always,
Yeah,
for transparency.
Paula? You okay with that? Fine. Okay, great. Okay, I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that that's happening. So thank you. Okay.
Okay. So, let me check in as your meeting facilitator. Four of 1 to 5, 5 being over the moon, 1 being, yeah, I would have spent my Saturday morning differently. What do you give this retreat?
You want us to do it simultaneously?
Yeah, go ahead.
1,
Yeah.
2, 3.
4.78.
I, very high mark, I think.
Okay.
I only gave it a 4 because it was painful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can tell you from a staff perspective, it's really, really helpful.
Sure.
Because as you guys know, I've been going for your first half of your term with 4 priority areas. And as you can see by your selections, you're all over what those mean and most important to you. And so we've been trying to guess what those priority areas meant. And so now I have very, very specific things that I'm gonna have the staff focus on, so we get them done in the next 15 months. And I'll still work on the rest of those, the ones that had 1 and 2 votes, but it's not gonna be the priority. So thank you very much. I appreciate the candid discussion and your facilitating it, because as an objective outsider, that's much easier, but as a staff, I highly appreciate what we came out with for me to move forward in my staff.
And I love small towns. I mean, I was my own one.
Let me ask you a question,
Uh-huh.
Victoria.
Yeah,
Does any of what we discussed here influence your, interview or selection criteria for the planner?
it would if I had a variety of planners to choose from. We are well under the range of planners in our area, go to at least 25,000 less. So someone who wants to be a planner here wants to be in Lyons, right? What it helps me with is to be able to, when I'm interviewing them, give them, at least for the next year or two, set their expectations, and that will be good. I can tell you my top candidate right now has 0 housing experience. So for me, that's that's helpful, maybe that's okay. Cause I've been hesitant, to hire someone who that's not their focus area. But if we can get a part-time Ned housing person who can focus on that, then they won't have to. So I think we have a really strong candidate right now.
And how's that Ned thing going?
It is not going well because, well,
It was the salary, right? We reduced it from 3 years to 2 years to up the salary, correct?
well, what we did was our funding was a little short and, both of us are now, both Ned and Lions, are supposed to contribute an additional 10,000 toward it. And I wasn't gonna bring that back to the board until Boulder County said they would maybe fix that for both of us. But they had to wait for January to get here for their new budget year. So we'll see where it goes, but, we're not the lead on it, Ned is. And so it's in their hands and both that and that housing feasibility study. And I can tell you, they already have a piece of land and the ability to add like 40 to 50 units. It's not their priority and, they have other bigger issues. So now that I know that's not going to be ours either, I'm not going to be so, I won't be so pushy about it, but I need someone who can focus on our goals we have committed to the state and getting these other things done. But now I won't be so hesitant to hire someone who's not, that's not their area.
If I can just speak to the, I'm the one who requested this retreat in a board meeting, and I don't know that it's policy, they do this every year, but I feel like it's so helpful
Yeah.
that we have it. And I just want to thank everybody for taking the time this morning because it was painful for me and it was also very helpful to our staff and for us for, going forward. And honestly, I really appreciate the staff putting this list of accomplishments together because I think I had lost the overall, when I saw it was like 7 pages to print, I was like, wow,
Yeah.
we really did do something. Sometimes it feels like we're going around in circles and it's really helpful to see like we have made some accomplishments and having lists with some really specific things that we could choose from. Just the preparation, I just really appreciate the preparation that went into this. So it could be.
I'm sorry it was late, but it is because we were prepping for this week, we had 4 meetings. And without a planner, it is hard.
And everybody was sick.
And everybody was sick. But, I want you guys to know that I chose those kind of objectives in those areas based on what I really thought were feasible for the next 15 months. And want you guys to, so we'll work on all of them, including the others, but at least I know which ones are expected to be done in the next 15 months. That helps a lot. So thank you. And then that's not a complete list of accomplishments. Greg is getting that in the annual report because I don't have all the boards and commissions on there. I just took low-hanging fruit. But even looking at the very front page, you guys passed, well, how many ordinances?
A lot.
Like 18 ordinances in 8 months?
And not all of them were simple.
No, no. So
19.
that is, well, there's one there but I think there's 18 total. That is a lot of ordinances in 8 months.
It is.
And 100+ resolutions, which meant you entered contracts, agreements. That is a ton in 9 months. So please don't feel like we're not getting anything done, because we actually are.
We are.
Or if other people tell you we're not, hand them the list.
Oh, I'm going to be gladly distributing this list. In fact, I would love to post it somewhere. I really think it's helpful
Well, let
to
me
educate our
Let me
community.
spend a little more time on it, get Greg's updates from his people, because
I didn't ping you or you yet on your contribution.
I've been waiting. I've been waiting.
you don't have to ping me.
When's
I
Greg
know.
gonna call me
No,
and tell me
I
I'm
would love
late?
to share this with our.
Consider it
commission.
done. January 24th.
Oh, plenty of time.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Other comments anybody wants to make?
I just, Flo, thank you so much.
I know, I
This-
was like, how am I gonna?
This is, I honestly don't know how to thank you because
Saturday morning, yeah.
you're spending your Saturday morning with us. And it's incredible that we have Dr. Cog as a resource and particularly you as a resource. And, I will be happy to sing your praises to other towns who might be considering this, unless you don't want me to. And then I promise I won't.
But
But
see, I'm already on the hook in February for Clear Creek and Gilpin counties.
Oh,
They're doing
good,
some combined work,
good.
oh, good.
through their EDC. So,
Uh-huh.
so I'm on the hook for them. So, you know, and I do stuff in the town of Bennett and, you know, that is part of my responsibility at Dr. Cog, are smaller community members, right? Because I've got that experience of having been a mayor in a small town and understanding what it's like to sit there, right? I get it. So I'm empathetic, and I've also worked with a professional town manager and absolutely adore them. So that's my other responsibility, is to quarterly managers forums that I put together. And now we're venturing out into the brave new world of AI.
Oh,
And we've got
God.
an AI boot camp, that we've scheduled
I'm signed
for,
up.
We
January
are.
22nd. That's targeted at local governments. So, you know, I love the work that I do at Dr. Cog. I love Dr. Cog. I think it's an unrecognized diamond in our region, right? That's there to help you all. So, you know, I'm happy to be here.
Well, thank you. Thank you for helping us.
And, you know, the invitation is always extended to anyone who wants to come with me to a Dr. Cog meeting, please. let
To
me
watch
know.
a 59-member board.
Yeah,
I know, no, but what Flo says is right. The amount of respect in that room is really remarkable among people who we know have differences, sometimes very
Oh, yeah.
significant differences of opinion. I have never, in all the time I've been on Dr. Cog, which is going on 5 years now, I've never seen anybody act in a manner that is not entirely respectful. And that includes when the cameras are off.
Yeah, yeah. And that's irrespective of size of community,
Yes.
right? It doesn't matter how big or how small you are.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, Denver is as approachable and friendly and respectful as Larkspur,
Yep.
right? Or Georgetown.
I will say though that most of the Boulder County people sit together.
Yeah, that's true. I've noticed that.
Yeah. I will say that.
Do you sit with Boulder County?
Sometimes I do and sometimes I do not on purpose. I don't know if you've ever noticed
Yeah.
that, but sometimes I just go, I'm gonna sit on the other side of the room.
And is it mostly the commissioners or is it like?
No, it's
elected officials?
representatives from every
Okay,
municipality and the commissioners.
okay, and the commissioners.
Yep, well, one commissioner.
Yeah, it's one elected official from each of the 9 counties.
yeah, it's clear.
And 50
I know.
municipalities.
I think,
Because we're just adding Mountain View now to the
oh,
membership of Dr. Cog.
great,
Yeah,
great,
they came to us and asked to be active members.
because they hear the meetings are so much fun.
I think the mayor of Edgewater may have had something to do with it, but, you know, their neighbor.
I'm curious as to how everybody gets a voice at the table when there are so many voices to be heard.
Well, so there are work sessions every month that are online, and those are a little bit more informal. Everybody who wants to speak is able to speak.
Yeah.
You know, we sit there, they're two big long UN tables, and you've got your name tag and a microphone, and if you'd like to speak, you just indicate and the chair recognizes you and you speak.
Yeah, and we're coming into the season now that the legislature is back in session, that our articles of incorporation specified that in order to either oppose, support, monitor legislation, it requires a vote of 60% plus one of those in attendance. So, you know, getting to that threshold, because it's legislation, is important, but typically most of our actions are 50% plus one. But legislation, we handle a little differently. And some of our members abstain. And our articles allow us not to count them in the number to the 60% if they're abstaining. And that's because they haven't had the conversation with their communities or don't feel empowered to speak on behalf of their communities. And it's really a mixed bag. Some of our mayors, some of our county commissioners, some of our town council members will take a position on legislation even though their council hasn't. because they feel empowered by their councils to do so. So it's individual. We don't mandate those rules. It's whatever your community decides is right for your community, and we're happy with that. So, you know, the town of Bennett, Larry always has an opinion. Right?
Yeah.
You know, and he's willing to share.
Yep.
Yeah, and what we've done is they adopt a legislative policy.
Yeah.
And if it falls within that, the mayor can choose.
Mhm.
So that works. Anyway, it's a fun place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Flo.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for your time in coming down.
All right,
This has been really helpful.
good, good.
All right, I'm gonna sit here and finish my homework that I didn't know was homework.
I wouldn't hear that. I wouldn't have gotten up early this morning if I knew I could. just-
I would have too.
I was like, oh, shoot.
If you need a snack, please take one with you.
So I'm definitely taking another peanut butter cookie.
Were they good peanut butter?
I need some coffee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Peanut
Flo.
butter cookies
Appreciate
came
it.
from Fort Collins Bakery.
Oh, wow.
We had one of our vendors,
Come to the Lions.
JD,
You bet.
brought literally a big grocery bag and it has
Cameron, I'm a good friend of the.
8
I was still in-
dozen cookies from Fort Collins Bakery, so I froze them all right away, so we could just take out.
Oh, yeah.
I
I was there. Do you know I was there in
Give it,
person?
give it all. None of- no,
I was there, I wanted to, I had just spent 3 days in LA with Tara Weiner at the Anti-Semitism Summit. And so we talked a lot about what was happening in Boulder, and so I decided I was gonna go to just sort of see and offer some support, not in an official capacity. So
This year?
I was not there as
Oh,
the
let me
mayor,
think
you know,
about that one.
and I was sitting right in the middle of that, and when I tell you, I was
How about the fire
terrified. I thought that
department for
Evan Kravitz
24?
guy was gonna pull
First
out
day
a
of
gun.
administering the Stone
And
Canyon.
there were
Fire.
cops standing around who did absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, you know what's funny?
He's been in
I
Boulder
was
for
doing all these
forever.
accomplishments,
Because here's the
department
key.
put in
Grace column,
and it was.
I didn't realize I was.
Well, that was-
He read it, yeah, he does
It
that
was
a
an
lot, but
effect.
here's what he did, so Boulder City Council for some reason allows people who speak during audience business to project onto a
Is
screen.
there a theme coming out in?
He pulled up a slide that had a photograph
That most people are submitting
of
the same.
one of the other audience members that I was sitting with, one of the Jewish guys.
And my heart.
That guy's
Yeah,
I hear it.
children
I hear
on a
it.
ski lift in
And
Governor
doesn't mean I
Bush.
want to-
He pulled up a photo of somebody else's children and said, "You are a Zionist
Cause I was quite
land."
surprised.
I mean, it was like out of control. So the guy whose kids were up there, he was understandably upset.
Mentioned that he would volunteer.
And it just escalated and escalated and escalated until Aaron called a recess.
Well,
And then
look
it
at
kept
ours.
escalating, and then they cleared the chamber, so everybody went downstairs
Yeah,
and
but
it
I'm,
kept.
but I'm specifically. the fire
And
department.
finally I left, I was like, I
Yeah.
cannot be here.
But
This
I
is
think that might be a good
dangerous.
dedication
All right, I'll start.
So I
working
can
on
see
that.
why they're
for,
doing it.
Oh.
I just hope
and-
they don't come to harm.
not just our firefighters, but you know, we got to stay on that
Yeah,
firefight, the firefighters
Now that
that were
they're not
already up.
gonna be in Boulder like these.
Those planes were out.
No, they'll still be at Land Boulder. When the guy came from Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Center, I was like, oh God, here we go. I thought that's what he was gonna talk about.
In the air.
So I was really glad to hear it was
It's
true.
all our firefighters. You can even make it, because we're
It's funny, cause Evan
gonna.
Kravitz seems.
Yeah.
We don't get any moisture here soon. We're gonna.
He might be Jewish, I don't know.
Maybe we just dedicate
He's
it to
also
all the
clearly a-
all the firefighters.
Like, you know,
In
apart from
locally
the,
and in the area.
that debate, there's.
Okay, good idea.
But, you know, we do have, I have talked to Brandon about what might happen and what we can do about it, so we do have a plan. And the plan is, if something like that starts to happen, I call recess.
We have very good.
People don't leave and come back, we can't stop open comment, more than it's 1 minute per person.
Yeah.
And then we just get it.
Planning commission's not making my heart.
Hopefully.
It does.
Yeah. Do you have specific?
Bloody Marys.
Yeah.
Mimosas, you know.
Thanks very much.
This is-
I'll
this
tell
people
John that
can't do their
you did a great
business.
job, Sonny.
Right.
I
Yeah.
told my still
And
adore
I'm hard on every.
He was
Who is this?
Too bad.
He had a lot of good ideas and.
So hopefully everything will, and
Skills.
most of the people who show up are not, they're from Denver. Most of the protesters are literally being busted from Denver.
It's from the,
Yeah, those.
Oh, the fire.
yeah, thank you.
I know.
All the online stuff.
These,
they're
the
not-
metal on here is
Right.
melted metal from the Snow
You can do it
Canyon
from-
fire.
you can do it from-
Oh, my.
That's right,
Wow.
or China.
I've heard of them.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming.
Let's see my phone.
Oh,
See
you're
my
welcome.
pennies anyway.
You
Gosh, you're welcome.
Hard to believe that fire up there reached that high.
Right, didn't melt it.
And our own Crystal White has several things up, so if any of you feel like you wanna.
Yeah, 2 days after the fire started, the ground was still too hot at the ignition point for any investigation.
Crystal is one that's
Crystal,
sold.
name your name.
So that's awesome if we wanna.
I was told
This one over here is really beautiful.
Oh, when is that?
they won't ever be able to, they don't think.
When.
On the 15th, right, next Wednesday.
There's just not, there's nothing left
That one.
to test.
So we wanna help her out on that picture.
Hey, Victoria, can we stop the recording?
I heard, oh, there's a guy who, did some, going to get alcohol that morning.